morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for the first of two sessions that we've got in store for you today. By the close of play tonight, we will have our completed lineup for finals night. So over the course of today, we will find out who will be joining Raymond Smith at finals night. It's Dylan Slevin who currently leads the way at the top of Group C, but with others chasing down his neck, will he be able to sustain the level that he showed yesterday? We'll move on to that shortly, but before we do, let's remind ourselves of what happened yesterday evening when Group B got underway. Prakash Jiwa produced patches of brilliance on Thursday night. This 1-3-4 checkout to complete a 12-dart leg was one of them. He'll need to perform more consistently on Friday evening though. Jeroen Mioch's finishing has often been a strength this week. He was left frustrated by his overall points tally last night, but not so frustrated when he pinned this double 18. Many of us expected Ben Robb to motor in Group B, but it was a stuttery night for the New Zealander. This 1-4-6 not a reflection of his overall finishing standard. Jake C missed 25 darts at double in his match against Ben Robb, but did manage to take out this 130 in the match. He then went on to rectify his errors in the next and sit second at the halfway stage. It's this man who leads the way in Group B though, this 101 out in one of the matches of the night. Just one of the many highlights for him during yesterday's session. Just a quick word on Chaz Barstow yesterday and the way he performed. Yes, we said he was lucky to get over the line in his last match, but there were some real moments of brilliance from him.
I think the whole group, Abby, was about players maybe getting points that they maybe didn't deserve, but some people are going to wake up today, particularly Ben, thinking, I'm actually not in a bad position considering how things went, but Chaz was out of the blocks. I mean, we were very, very lucky to have Chaz against Ben in the very first game, and it was brilliant. It set the tone for what was a very, very interesting session.
It did indeed. We can take a look then at the league table at the halfway point. As you mentioned, Ben Robb finishing third without producing anywhere near his best. I think that was one of the most surprising things that we saw yesterday. Would you agree?
Absolutely. I think when you look at that, Ben in a qualifying position as it stands, still with work to do, but you'd much rather have 4 points than be in the bottom two with only 2, having more work to do on Friday night. But Friday is always about urgency, isn't it? It's about embracing the position you're in and getting it done, and if you don't, you're not going to be coming back tomorrow. Certainly
signs of encouragement for Prakash. I know he's currently sat bottom of the table, but he did show those flashes of brilliance, didn't he?
Yeah, those flashes have got to be a bit more twinkly, a bit of a Christmas pun there, but let's face it, the standard and the confidence, it's definitely there. It's just got to come out on a more consistent basis on Friday night.
Yes, it most certainly does. But Group C is our focus this morning for this morning's session. Let's take a look at that league table at the halfway point. And it is, as we mentioned, Dylan Slevin who's leading the way after a sublime debut day here at the Super Series. What are we going to learn about him today? Because as you can see, that chasing pack not far behind him. What are we going to learn?
I think we're going to learn what he does as a leader. Yesterday he was coming in as a debutant and there was no pressure on him, but everything's different on Friday, and this format really does find you out. If you're someone who wants to constantly be under the radar, you're not going to qualify much, because when you're firmly on the radar, someone's going to look at you and say, right, you're the person I've got to take out. It's a very different dynamic, so we will learn a lot about him today.
Yes, indeed. We can take a look at the stats from yesterday. And even though Ciaran Teehan ended the day in bottom place, he did have the second highest match average in his defeat to Fallon Sherrock. Not that he's going to take too much encouragement from that, but he can take encouragement from the way he bounced back in his final match of the session.
It just seems to be needed a bit too often. I think if he'd have got the result in his very first game yesterday, it may have been a very different day for Ciaran. But ultimately, if he's going to make it through this group, this will be some comeback. Frustrating is probably the right word for his week, but boy, would he love to be part of Saturday. That would feel like a real bonus.
And a word on Danny van Trijp, who's up first here this morning. He was here until very late last night, supporting Mioch. I don't think I have any friends that I like enough to stay and watch until 1 a.m. in the morning when you are here at 9 a.m. playing the next day. Do you think that was a bit of a strange move?
From my perspective, yes. But from his, if it works for him, then fair play to him. Some people survive on 2-3 hours sleep. Me personally, I'm more of a 7 or 8 kind of guy. But let's face facts. I like the camaraderie between them. I was worried for Jeroen Mioch that he may not have somebody with his mother tongue in the practice room, but ultimately that little bit of comfort last night and tonight might do him some good. I wouldn't be surprised if Jeroen supports Danny today as well.
And a word on Fallon Sherrock. I saw you were speaking to her prior to this session getting underway. What sort of mood was she in? Did she reflect on yesterday at all?
She was very chipper. I think she understood that she was playing very, very well, especially in matches 2 and 3. I thought she was delightful. Maybe a little chilly before the end of the session, causing a few darts to spray here and there, but she might be in long sleeves today just to make sure she's got a bit of extra comfort.
And it is Danny van Trijp against Carl Wilkinson, our first matchup. It was Wilkinson who was the 4-3 winner when these two met yesterday. How do you see this one going this morning?
Oh, this was an interesting game yesterday because Carl's doubles were excellent and Danny missed a few chances. So if things are going to be really, really good for these guys today in a group where only 2 players progress, someone's going to have to get a really good start. And unfortunately, for Danny, when it comes to getting good starts, that only happened on Monday when he won his very first game. He's got to replicate that.
Yeah, indeed. You mentioned the finishing from Carl Wilkinson. 57% checkout success in that match. You can see there the end of that one, how much it meant to him, the emotions that he was showing at the end of that match. He realised the significance of getting those 2 points on the board. Who'll pick up the first 2 points of this morning's session? Let's hand over to Chris Mason to find out.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, a fascinating opening tie. Both players a little fatigued in their final match of the session yesterday, which was this match, as already mentioned by Abby and Paul. It was Wilkinson who got the win 4-3. They actually go 8-13 favourite. Danny van Trijp in this one. Carl priced at 6-5. It is Danny with the darts this time. However, yesterday, Carl made a winning start to the day, as did Danny van Trijp. But Danny was on
first
match
leg. It's
number
Danny
3
to throw first. Game
against
on.
Fallon Sherrock, averaged 89.73. Yes, there's more questions than answers in this one.
100.
Almost imperative for similar reasons that both make a winning start to the day, Nico. It's Carl Wilkinson who currently
101.
sits in joint second, just separated by leg difference with Adam Atkinson. Danny just a place behind and
58.
2 points behind. But when you look at the averages for the day yesterday, Danny 86.12, Wilkinson the lowest of all the players, 83.79, and I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I didn't expect that either. And when you look at that reaction at the end of the Danny van Trijp game from Thursday, you understood that he was really
45.
clinging on because his finishing was so good. 40% for the day, you'll take that when you're playing MODUS Super Series action, but average-wise, if you're not getting
41.
enough chances, well...
Well, the worry there, Nico, is if you're finishing that well and your average is still only 83, that tells me that the scoring side of your game is a little missing, and he didn't hit one. I know he's not a prolific 180 scorer because he always runs for cover, but he didn't hit one yesterday.
100.
He'll be hoping to change that, that's for sure. But as far as Danny's concerned, he doesn't look too tired, considering he was here until the early hours, supporting his friend Jeroen Mioch. So we'll keep walking down the street this morning, just on his way to another day.
Danny, we arrived at the same time. He was walking in one direction, I was walking in another. He looked a little warmer than I did. Might be used to the cold weather a little bit more.
See, all roads lead to the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
54. Carl, you require 97.
Certainly do, and if you want to be here on Saturday night for finals night, as we just see, Wilkinson will miss an opportunity.
Danny, you require
Tickets
61.
are free and available via dartshop.tv. We'll have the football on as an hors d'oeuvre to the darts, as that just finds the 5 for tops.
21.
Yeah, I think Danny's more
Carl,
worried
you
about
require 40.
his chances today before he even thinks about Saturday. And of course, football-wise, he's thinking about Argentina versus the Netherlands, not England versus France.
Yeah, that's today, isn't it?
It is.
20.
But Carl does not start
Danny, you
on
require
the right finishing
40.
foot.
Oh, his finishing is what got him the win in this tie yesterday afternoon.
Game shot on the first
Both
leg.
with a bit
Danny
of double
Van
trouble,
Trijp.
but it is Danny with a older throw in leg 1 and 5 darts at a double for
Second leg, it's
Wilkinson.
Carl to throw first. Game on.
You would think Carl will be the fresher of the two,
123.
as Danny has played. Well, this is day 5, isn't it?
I remember speaking to Yella Klassen actually a few weeks ago in the
96.
week that Colin Osborne won in week 4. And he'd played in Killarney for a couple of days before coming here, and he played.
He won it, didn't he?
100.
Yeah, he did. And I asked him, how are you feeling? And he said, I feel absolutely fine. And I was surprised by that because,
100.
let's face it, this format, when you play Monday to Saturday, is brutal.
Oh.
It's a lot of matches. But
96.
one thing that really does stand in good stead for Danny is that the last time he was with us, he played 27 games in the week. So it's
41.
not new to him. It's something he's done before.
Yeah, it's not alien, is it? And he is a young man. I don't pay too much attention
60.
to the WDF, but is it right? Yella's the world #1 right now?
He's the #1 seed for the World Masters.
100. Carl, you require
It's going to make
122.
you feel good when you wake up in the morning. That's a nice start. Bullseye.
97.
Say 5
Danny, you
darts to the
require
double and then
164.
slams one in the ball. Oh, hello. Ball.
That would have been very sweet.
131.
His
Carl, you require
biggest finish
25.
yesterday was 116. That would have taken it to a new level.
9.
But this is
Danny, you
not good for
require
Carl.
33.
33 for 2-0.
Game shot on the second
He's
leg.
not messing around.
Danny Van Trijp.
Getting chances, taking chances, but he could easily be 2-0 down as opposed to 2-0 up.
Yeah. Well,
Third leg, it's Danny to throw first.
at best,
Game on.
1 apiece, because that's 8 darts at a double across 2 legs for Carl Wilkinson. Finds himself 2-0 adrift.
28.
But I wouldn't be panicking too much. You'd be fully aware that this is a below par performance from Danny. He's only averaging 70, so
58.
there's plenty of opportunities to get back in the match if he continues to play at this level.
We made a little bit of this
55.
week about the weather, how it's pretty chilly outside, and you really got to manage yourself quite well in your preparations.
Well, we both sort of looked at Fallon yesterday and thought maybe she has had a fairly
134.
hectic schedule leading up into this and into the Worlds next week, but she actually said she began to feel the cold, and when she's cold, her
140.
muscles tighten slightly, and she doesn't feel like she's got that fluidity in the arm. So she's actually made the conscious decision of wearing the similar. You wear a
136.
similar thing, don't you? The compression top.
Yeah, I just prefer playing in them these days.
I
55.
used to play in a long sleeve shirt years ago. Don't know, I couldn't even imagine doing it now, but I quite like the idea of the compression sleeve because it doesn't only just add
99.
support, it also keeps the arm warm.
Yeah, it keeps the arm warm, keeps the body warm, and if there is any perspiration, it doesn't actually seep out into your dart shirt.
96. Carl, you require
Makes everything
74.
just- Like you said, fluidity. It just adds that little 0.5%. His first leg.
42.
Paul Lim, of course, has been
Danny, you require
wearing them for years, hasn't
127.
Anastasia has done the
Anastasia,
same.
yeah. And I do notice a lot of Asian players are they're usually ahead of the game in that department.
Yeah, and they tend to play in some pretty hot environments.
95.
Humid as well.
Yeah, so
Carl, you require
do you find it
32.
comfortable to play in? I would recommend it.
Game shot on
Finally
the
hit the
third
double.
leg.
First
Carl
one
Wilkinson.
from 11 attempts. And now firmly back in the match because that's a break of throw in 16 darts.
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
I say you have a different mentality when you find yourself 2-0 down. Like we seen last night with someone going out in 25 darts. You think,
92.
hello, I'm up against it. But this one, shouldn't hold any fears for Carl.
It's funny you mentioned the compression sleeves
60.
or the under layer, the base layer. I remember I once had a message from Bradley Brooks's mum. Oh, why do you wear that?
100.
I said, oh, it just makes me feel more comfortable and a bit warmer. She said, oh Bradley, he gets a bit chilly. You might have to get one for him. And I thought to myself,
26.
a compression top for Bradley. He's about the size of a stick insect. Great young player. Former world youth champion, of course.
140.
Yeah, one of many of the next crop. Nathan Rafferty, Josh Rock, who's already making big waves. Nathan Gervin.
140.
Dylan Slevin.
Yeah.
And we can
Wow.
add him to that list now
What a
because
find
yesterday
that
he
is.
was fabulous.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see him today, but
99.
I'm fascinated to see what he goes on to do in 2023.
Well, here's one for you. Yesterday, Dylan Slevin was really impressive in all
85.
departments.
Carl, you
He
require
didn't have the most
70.
180s. Danny Van Trijp did. He had 8.
Could do with a few here.
38.
Yeah, what was impressive as well, Dylan Slevin won 4 out of his 5, had a running average of 92.24, a best of 102.43, 5 180s,
94. Carl, you require
45%
32.
on the doubles.
I like how he said that slowly. Just to emphasize how good it was.
On debut, that's outstanding.
Game shot on the
And that's
fourth
a
leg.
pretty outstanding
Carl
dart
Wilkinson.
from Carl Wilkinson to hold and level.
Very much resuscitating his chance of getting
Fifth leg is
2
standing
points
to
in
throw
his first
first.
game of
Game
the day.
on.
And it would create a bit of separation between himself and his opponent in this game.
58.
A win for Wilkie would get him to 8 points alongside Slevin, with Adam Atkinson playing next against Teehan. And we may be
140.
eliminating players from Saturday night possibilities very quickly here on Friday morning. But Mace, I'm looking at the
60.
table here, and the one thing that stands out to me is the weird leg difference. You've got Atkinson in second spot on -1.
Yeah, I don't
58.
I don't recall too many people being on 6 points, winning 3 from 5 and having a negative leg difference.
And then Wilkie, 6 and
100.
-2 at third. And then you look at Van Trijp, who's on 4, but +3. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does have a strange dynamic. The
59.
outstanding player and why he's top is Slevin. But then you look at the running averages for the day yesterday. Atkinson 86.92, 86.12 for Danny,
93.
86.55 for Fallon. And bottom of the table with just 1 win, Ciaran Teehan 86.27. But he did have the lowest finishing stats
84.
for the day, 24%. And that was his downfall.
You know, we were talking about sound effects, potentially bringing them in first if someone hits a white horse or maybe a fish song for a
Carl,
170
you require
finish.
160.
What if Dylan was to hit 7? It'd just be Slevin.
I'm fascinated to know what
58. Danny
noise a fish
requires
makes.
52.
I know it's early and we do have sleep deprivation, but you're
36.
gonna have to work on that one, Nico.
Carl, you require 102.
Maybe the Jules theme music.
No,
when a
it'd have to
170
be
goes
something
in.
like Dory from Finding Nemo. Well,
86.
Carl is not finding
Danny
a 102 for a
requires
3-2
16.
lead.
What a chance that was.
12.
It's just a bit wild.
Carl, you require
That's the
16.
nature of that quick throw. It's A to Z, isn't it?
Game shot on
It's
the
a bit
fifth
of a
leg.
freebie which he
Carl
takes, and it's another
Wilkinson.
break of throw and a third consecutive leg taken by the big man from Barnsley.
Yeah, trailed
Sixth leg, it's
2-0
Carl
and
to throw
looked in a
first. Game
world
on.
of trouble, but we did pick up on it, Nico, that it wasn't a case of he was 2-0 down because of the exemplary play
98.
from Danny Van Trijp. It was more about the missed doubles from Wilkinson.
Someone hits a big fish. You could...
91.
Well, Ellen DeGeneres actually voices Dory from Finding Nemo, so just get her to sing Just Keep Winning, because the song is Just Keep Swimming, of course.
60.
Yes, we're all a bit delirious on a Friday morning, but so glad to be here.
96.
And I'm fascinated to see who comes through this because it could be anybody. I'm trying to think out loud about what the right result is for the chasing pack.
140.
This is actually, so far, not the right result for Ciaran Teehan.
No.
He wants people to bunch up.
26.
Now, if he wins his next game, he gets to 4 points, and he would join Danny van Trijp and Sherrock if Wilkinson was to win, but there'd still be that 4-point gap
96.
there. So he wants the people just above him to lose.
Well, the big problem for Teehan at the moment is that -10 on leg difference.
40. Car you require 107.
If he gets out of 6th position into the top 2 today.
We'll call him Houdini. Been a bit Houdini-ish.
75.
Wilkinson.
He knew he was really close to that 45 that'll leave double one.
Go your own way, Carl.
Yeah, he tried not to tell us how he felt.
32.
But then you showed your hand there, Carl. But if you want to look at the scoreboard, you're going to have a very nice look at a 4-2 win. He had plenty of time to get it done. Unfortunately for Danny, he couldn't consolidate anything after taking a 2-0 lead. And Wilkinson, with the stats and the result, well, it proves that he was the better player on this occasion. 20% on the doubles. It doesn't tell you the full story because he missed most of those doubles in the first couple of legs. After that, he was very much okay. When we come back, it's going to be Adam Atkinson and Ciaran Teehan facing each other in match number 2.
So then it's Carl Wilkinson who's off to a winning start on our second day of action here in Group C. It was a 4-2 victory for him over Danny van Trijp. Wilkinson missed 5 at a double in the opening leg and Danny van Trijp punished early on. Wilkinson's woes on the outer ring continued and was 0 from 8 as the Dutchman established a 2-0 lead despite only averaging 70. At the 11th time of asking though, the Englishman finally got a leg on the board. It felt like he was always in control of the scoring phase of the game. And then when he upped his level at the back end of legs, he really took control, winning 4 legs on the bounce, despite only having that 21% checkout success in that match. Our second match of this morning's session sees Adam Atkinson taking on Ciaran Teehan. The head-to-head for this week between the pair is 2 apiece. Ciaran's 1 win yesterday coming in this fixture, and he did so quite remarkably, coming from 3-0 down, surviving match darts, but an Adam Atkinson miscount opened the door, and Teehan finally started punishing his opponent and pinning the doubles. As for Adam, he'll be regrouped, recomposed today, and looking to edge closer to qualifying for finals night with a victory in this one. So who's going to pick up the 2 points in this one, lads? Back over to you to find out.
Let battle commence, and today Ciaran Teehan has decided to put on his national shirt. I like that touch. He's up against the Pooley once again. Familiar fixture, they've played each other plenty this week. But Teehan has come to Friday's session in Group C knowing that he will have to win every game to stand a chance. It's that simple.
Yes, this was our penultimate game of the session yesterday. And it was a win 4-3 for Ciaran Teehan. In terms of a winning average, it was his highest of the day because it was his only win, and it was just shy of 90 with 9 darts missed at a double. The match did produce 3 180s. This man averaged 86, but also missed 9 darts at a double. There you go, 4-6, Adam.
55.
Teehan, 11-10. What would your 50 pence be on this one, Paul?
It's funny you should say that, you know.
97.
Guess how much money I've got in my pocket?
50 pence.
51 pence. That is genuinely the truth.
It is. It's just been...
So right now, that 51 pence is staying right where it is. And
84.
I'd actually go with Teehan, I think.
Yep,
I think he's bounced back really well, even though he's had bad days this week. Especially Monday, where he didn't win a game. But
on the Wednesday, on his final day in the group, he played some seriously good stuff.
Yes, he did. And Adam is fully aware of this. And that will definitely put him on notice.
Well, Teehan, ultimately, if he doesn't win all 5 today,
58.
could be the spoiler.
He wouldn't mind being the spoiler.
I'm loving the shirt.
It's great, isn't it?
140.
I like the fact that some of these guys have played for their country this year or in previous years, and they want to wear it. Aaron Monk wore his England shirt a little bit earlier this year. I've seen some other people adorn their country colours. Absolutely nothing wrong with showing a bit of pride.
167.
Have you still got your World Cup shirt?
Got every one of them.
Oh, brilliant.
I was given 2 shirts at every World Cup I played. I kept one,
40.
and then the other one would either go to a charity or a collector.
Lovely.
I don't really know what to do with them. I don't know whether to get them framed or not.
I would. Get them framed with the date and
don't want to put the results in there.
180. Ciaran, you require 127.
Most of them are covered in tears.
Love it. Little unlucky there. A very aggressive play
87.
chasing the
Adam, you
treble.
require 41.
Especially when your opponent is on 41. I'd prefer a dart at the ball rather than the dart at nothing.
This is an interesting play. Hasn't he been going for tops most of the week?
9. Ciaran,
But
you
he has
require
been missing
40.
it low, so maybe a tactic today is just to try a few different sections of the board to finish.
Game shot on the
Teehan
first
gets
leg.
first blood
Ciaran Teehan.
in 17 darts.
Well, on tops, Paul, well spotted. That has been his go-to double. And
Second
he's
leg, it's Ciaran
only
to throw
been
first. Game on.
5 from 24, just 20% on tops. Where he's
23.
1 from 3 on 32. Double 5, 2 from 3. Double 10, 1 from 6. So not really any of them that have been
60.
a particular friend. Double 18, 2 from 2. Maybe that's his go-to.
40.
It's almost unfortunate that he can't watch this back after this match. Because if he got that information, he'd probably leave double 18 a bit more. And he did get it yesterday on the back of a 156 checkout as well.
Yeah, that was the highest finish of the session.
134.
Ciaran Teehan has had even more woes on tops. Just 1 from 9. 2 from
44.
10 on double 16. 2 from 3 on double 8.
Do you think because of how tall he is, we would automatically think that tops would be good for him? But
yeah,
it doesn't seem to be the case.
97.
It's like saying somebody who is as tall as him would be an excellent rower or would be able to smash a golf ball 325 yards.
85.
This is the beautiful thing about having humans in sport. Everything is so finite.
yeah, absolutely. Well, when you look at Fallon on tops, she's almost
21.
at the top. 2 from 5. Dylan Slevin, 7 from 17, 41%. Carl Wilkinson, 2 from 5.
99.
Looking at the higher doubles and a lower double for Fallon, who of course is the shortest player. In the lower part of the board, none from 7 on double 16 yesterday.
That's really interesting.
42.
More efficient on the higher doubles than the lower ones.
I remember 3 years ago at the World Championship, double 16, she could have hit it with her eyes closed.
100. Adam, you require 147.
Got himself back in this leg after breaking throw Ciaran Teehan. Atkinson needs a treble. Any treble. Well, any big treble and only 60. That's not
Ciaran, you
enough.
require
May
110.
only get a dart at the ball if Teehan doesn't take out the 110.
Never really worried it, did he?
42.
Any
Adam,
of
you
the
require
targets.
87.
Double 18. Like Chris said, he hasn't missed it.
Standard.
Game shot on
Well,
the second
he hasn't missed
leg.
it visit-wise.
Adam
No,
Atkinson.
it's exactly that. I think sometimes those stats can be a little misleading sometimes. As long as you get it in the turn,
Third leg, it's Adam to throw
that's all
first.
that matters.
Game
And
on.
that's a 21 dart break back. That's a disappointing leg for Teehan after breaking throw in leg 1.
We are reaching the end of 2022, which has been a very good, solid first year
60.
for Adam. What would your advice to Adam be for the start of 2022? Go to Q School, in my opinion. Do not worry too much if you don't get a card.
123.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those that I don't personally think would benefit from a card because I'm not quite sure. And it's nothing to do with ability. It's whether you're ready or not. I think he would benefit from
99.
another year on the ADC, another year of playing Super Series, another year of playing on the Challenge Tour and just grow
45.
and develop. And when you're ready, you'll know about it.
Yeah, you don't want things to come too quickly because
we've
you can plummet really
Yeah,
quickly.
Well, we've seen it before, haven't we? We've even seen it from experienced players going into the Premier League
84.
and on the back of that just ending up as damaged goods and taking, well, some have never recovered, some have. I remember
29.
when Michael Smith first went in there, and it took him a while to get over that. And Premier League is equally as brutal as playing on the Pro Tour because the strength and depth in the Pro Tour now
61.
is just unbelievable.
I'm going to blow your mind with a stat now about Ciaran Teehan. One of my favourites.
60.
You know that he won the first ever Challenge Tour he ever played? Imagine that. Never played here before. Walks out of the arena, the last person standing.
This is easy.
Do you know how many he's won since?
58.
None.
Wow.
Just won the first one.
Wow.
But he did make a final 3 events later.
99.
So his first 4,
Adam, you require
he had a win,
139.
lost in the first round, had a bit of a mid-run, and a final. After that, hasn't won one. But then again, one of the reasons for that is because he was actually on the tour for a couple of years.
Yeah.
79. Ciaran, you require
Ladies up to
145.
leave 60. Looking good for his first hold of throw and a 2-1 lead.
I'm starting to see some darts going left here and then
35.
some overcorrection happening.
Adam, you require
that's
60.
a little bit of a crisis in confidence.
Game shot on
That's
the
a much
third
better
leg.
shot at tops,
Adam
isn't it?
Atkinson.
I don't think there's been many times this week where he's hit tops with the first dart, but that will make him feel very good about that target now.
Fourth leg, it's
Yeah, it
Ciaran
was
to
clean.
throw first. Game on. $60.
Things are starting to wilt.
Starting to feel it. And he wouldn't be human if he wasn't. He'd be extremely disappointed with this week so far.
And when you've won on this stage and you come back
81.
thinking, I'd love to get another feeling like that. When you don't, it makes the pit of your stomach feel quite empty.
96.
And you just get the feeling that Teehan's got too much to do today now.
Well, you question everything, and even in practice, when it's just not going right, it's a lonely place. It's a confusing place because
85.
often it's a case of it's all questions and no answers, and you try different things, and then you begin to second guess yourself, and
59.
it ends up all a bit of a mess.
And you get to the stage where you'll try anything to give yourself that little injection. Even something like putting on your national shirt, just trying to make yourself feel more
140.
confident.
Bring back fond memories. Memories where you felt confident.
100.
But that sport form does fluctuate.
It does for the best, the greatest. That's what comebacks are for.
83.
Doesn't strike me as the kind of young man who, if he doesn't qualify, he's going to get
96.
a bit ratty for the rest of the day. He'll just take it on the chin.
Yep. Enjoy Christmas and then off to Q School in January. It's all about just trying to right the wrongs. But he will be back at 90. Should get at least a dart at the ball.
56. Ciaran, you require 90.
Does get that shot.
65.
Wasn't a bad try.
Adam, you
No, it
require
wasn't.
56.
There's a well-thrown dart. Now, with his stats on double 18, I'd be going 20 double 18, but he did it tops clinically in the last leg. Can he replicate it with the final dart?
Game shot on
And
the
he
fourth
does.
leg. Adam Atkinson.
3 on the spin.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
I think we can safely discount Teehan from getting to the top 2 if Adam wins this match, because Atkinson would get to 8 alongside Wilkinson and Slevin, with Slevin having that game in hand against Fallon Sherrock in game
80.
3. A game that I'm really looking forward to. I'm fascinated to see what Dylan brings today. It's easy to ride that wave of
80.
this is all new on day 1,
But
but
success brings pressure, doesn't
yes, it does. He's about to learn that very quickly, the 20-year-old.
Yeah, the expectations there now. He would have gone back to his hotel yesterday afternoon, and no doubt with the
44.
power of social media and friends getting in touch, and that just leaves you thinking, right, I've got to do that all again.
96.
I actually believe he can play better than yesterday, so we're about to find out. No pressure, he can't hear me.
I like to call it the Willie Borland formula, because as soon as he hit that 9-darter to beat Bradley Brooks last year in the World Championship, I wonder how many times people have said to him,
80.
well, that was a great 9-darter, by the way. I think he would give big money just to move on from it now.
There hasn't been too many better 9-darters.
137.
I did see somebody tweet this week saying, is it the best one ever? And I thought, okay, let's not get carried away now. It's one of the best. It's not the best.
And in terms of timing.
137.
Oh, yeah, don't get me wrong. It was a bit of a Rolex.
50.
I'd love to see a 9-darter before the end of the week, because this is our last week here before the end of the year. I'd love to see a 9 before we leave. Time is ticking away. No pressure, everybody.
55. Ciaran, you
I'd like to
require
see a
138.
bit of a deller. Won't be the 60, 54, 24. He went for the 57, 57, 24.
It's almost like the 60 route for 138 isn't fashionable anymore.
No.
58.
Like
Adam, you
a
require
bad pair of red
105.
trousers. Only kidding, Keith. Oh, it's a lovely first start. Sets up a chance to finish the contest.
85.
And that's where he's been going on tops
Ciaran, you
more often than
require
not.
80.
He spoke of a Rolex. That was a bit of a Bolex.
37.
Oh, that was one of those watches that you get at the pier.
Adam, you require 20.
The claw. And a couple of quid.
Or on holiday. Very good, very nice.
It falls off when you're in the pool. But that is a well-timed double 10.
And the match.
And Adam Atkinson is firmly in with a chance of qualifying from Group C. As for Teehan, we'd have to say that his chances could be firmly gone now. All he can do is get to 10 points. And we've got 3 players on 8. Means that they've only got to win 1 more match to get to that point. Ciaran would have to win 4. And maybe he can act as the spoiler for the rest of the day. I'm sure a lot of you are looking forward to watching the next match between the table topper before the session began in Dylan Slevin. He's up against the Queen of the Palace in his first challenge of the day.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Adam Atkinson has just got the better of Ciaran Teehan by 4 legs to 1. Almost eliminating Ciaran Teehan from the race, you have to say. It was first blood Ciaran Teehan, with Atkinson missing 2 at double 16 to take the opening leg, but the Irishman couldn't follow that up as his scoring started to desert him, maybe lacking confidence and looking like a different player to the one we saw towards the back end of play in Group A. 4 out of 10 on the outer ring for Adam Atkinson in that one. Next up then, we've got Dylan Slevin up against Fallon Sherrock. It was Dylan who took the points in this one yesterday. He made it 4 wins from 5 on his debut day. They were the 2 standout players on the opening day, it has to be said. That wasn't really reflected when they played each other in their final game of the day, but Slevin did enough to get the 4-1 victory, as we can see here. But Fallon produced some really good stuff yesterday herself. She'll want to perform more consistently today. And as Nico said at the top of the show, she is playing in a long sleeve jumper today just because she found it a little cold up there on stage. Will that impact her performance level this morning? We are about to find out. Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Yeah, slightly different look for Fallon today. Hair down, sleeves under the shirt. Just goes to show that when you find out how you feel on one day, you don't have to turn up exactly the same. You can make adjustments to make all the difference to the results. The 28-year-old former World Trophy champion, of course, and current Women's World Match Play champion, now up against someone who will feel a bit more pressure today, maybe, in a young-looking Clark Kent. It was a good game yesterday between these two. Very fascinating. It wasn't their highest as far as standard is concerned, but I was fascinated to see how Dylan approached his 5th game, because his first couple of legs yesterday, well, they were pretty much like that, mate.
Yeah, the first leg had 2 140s, a 180 in it, and was a 12 darter.
140.
Back-to-back 140s. The Fallon is a statement of intent.
43.
Make no mistake, Fallon brings her A game.
90.
Dylan will know about it.
She's going to be busy between now and the end of
56.
the year, because
Fallon, you require
she's got a lot on her plate,
131.
she hopes. But she's got a very busy day ahead. She's got MODUS Super Series today.
99.
She's doing an exhibition tonight. She's going to be playing a lot of darts today. And that in itself, you wake up in the morning and you think,
Fallon,
right,
you require 32.
I've got to be on it today. We had a chat with her this morning and she looked very relaxed and very ready.
16. Dylan, you require 122.
First dart was foe rather than friend. It was too close. This would be painful. Ball.
87.
You mentioned a bit
Fallon,
earlier that
Fallon's
had a bit of trouble on double 16 so far over the last 24 hours. Well, that might be that second dart.
No score.
And it wasn't.
Dylan, you require 35.
How have none of those 6 found the target? Going to get punished here.
27.
Maybe not.
Fallon, you require 16.
That's right next door
Game shot on the first leg.
to a double that she's had trouble on, but she finally gets over the line in that first leg. And Dylan is going to have to find a breaker throw if he wants an extra 2 points in this game to maintain his advantage of the lead at the top after round 1 here on Friday in Group C.
By the blends, Fallon does come under some criticism.
95.
Just having a look through a resume. You mentioned that World Trophy. Finder Darts Masters 2015. Women's World Match Play, of course, this year.
60.
Her youth titles are just
legendary.
Yeah, run and run. 10 Women's Series
134.
titles. British Classic on 2 occasions. British Open Women.
She likes playing in Switzerland.
Well, Denmark 3 times. England National Singles Women 3 times. England Open winner. Japan
100.
3 times. Japan twice.
We're going to have to count up how many countries she's won in.
Yeah. Sweden, Switzerland twice. Belgium,
55.
Welsh twice. It's won the Gold Cup as well on 2 occasions, 15 and 17.
That's what I'm going to do before her next game. Doesn't give me a lot of time, actually. I might have to retract that.
Yeah, just see how many.
How many countries has she won in?
41. Dylan, you require 72.
I'm gonna have a random guess and say 12.
You just had a look at the list, though.
Oh yeah, but it wasn't an in-depth look. I was just scanning.
52.
If it's 12, that'd be hilarious. I'll go and do the lottery tonight if I've got it right.
Well, this will be a good setup, this.
133.
Dylan
Dylan, you
hasn't hit
require 20.
a double in this match from 4 attempts until
Game
now.
shot on the second leg. Dylan Slevin.
At least Fallon had the presence of mind to put the pressure on. And that's a big lesson
Third leg, it's Fallon to
for young
throw
players, in
first.
my opinion,
Game
because too often we do see from some top pros, in fact, where they're a little bit behind, their opponent's on a double,
59.
and they just fling a score and not thinking they're going to get a shot. Try to the end. You just never know if you're going to get an opportunity.
Yeah, you've got to ask the question.
90.
That's what Fallon did there. Ask it the question.
134.
Busy day for Fallon. She will be in.
One 125.
Yeah, she will be in Portsmouth this evening for an exhibition.
132.
Big show this evening. The certain Mr. Michael van Gerwen in action.
140.
Alongside Fallon. Tickets
100.
available.
Dylan, you require 146.
Dartshop.tv. I think there's still a. Well, there may be a couple of tickets available.
56.
Not
Fallon, you
100%
require
sure.
76.
Don't quote me on that.
56. Dylan, you require 90.
Yeah, this evening, last night's winner is in action. Vincent van der Voort, Barneveld, Fallon, Simon Whitlock,
Game
MBG,
shot on the third
and Bobby
leg.
George.
Dylan Slevin.
That's a breaker throw for Dylan in 15, finding the ball.
Dylan might want to go along. He might want to go and watch.
Fourth leg, it's Dylan to throw
not?
first.
But
Game
Bit of
on.
networking, Nico.
yeah, a little bit of networking, and let's face facts. He might want to stick around because he might well be playing on Saturday night here.
Pretty sure that's a given.
180.
Yet again, we see his average
96.
approaching the 100. Fallon averaging 90.
You do say that averaging around 90 does get you a lot of wins here, but this is a very difficult opponent. Is it a good thing that she's getting this game out of the way first, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
140.
And although not quite as rapid as Ricky, he doesn't hang about. And this is great preparation as he hits second max of the leg. Yeah, it's great preparation for Fallon going into the Worlds, where she, of course, will face.
95.
Yeah,
Dylan, you
finds
require
the 57
45.
to leave 170. Tops for an 11.
Game shot on the
Wow.
fourth leg. Dylan Slevin.
I think it's fair to say he's not a one-day pony.
No.
This
Did you
guy
think he was
is
a
for real.
one-trick wonder?
Fifth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is special. A disappointing start, but has responded in 16, 15
134.
and 11.
Well, she does go on to lose this game, averaging mid-90s. I kind of feel sorry for Adam Atkinson,
140.
considering the level we've seen today so far, mostly in the 70s. These are the two that have shown the best form. If she carries this over into
81.
another game, and the other players don't progress, there could be some slaying happening.
Yeah. We will know one thing. For Fallon. She will certainly
123.
ask you the question. She's asking and Slevin plenty of questions here, and he currently has
137.
all the answers as his average now approaches 103.
94. Fallon, you require 149.
Hello.
This looks good.
117.
It almost was.
Dylan, you require
Again,
144.
well on the wire, Nico.
Just wonder how many legs that's cost her now.
56.
That
Fallon,
double
you
16.
require 32.
But without hesitation, straight back into it.
Game
Double
shot
eight
on the
has found to
fifth
keep
leg.
this one going.
Fallon Sherrock.
You just never know. This one could go even deeper, considering that that was
Sixth leg, it's Dylan to throw first. Game on.
a very good 14 darter. The kind of level that she's going to need if she's going to get out of this. Well, she may need mistakes that aren't coming.
180.
Well, that 14 was on the wire for a 12, of course, on the back of the 149.
60.
What is he up to?
140.
We thought he was going to do a Conor Heenahan.
You did ask for the 9, Nico. Not that you're greedy.
I'm very greedy.
96.
I want to see more than one by the end of the week.
Well, we may see
105.
2 11 darters. Might not be 9s, but it's still of the highest quality.
140.
averaging
Dylan, you require
95 and a
76.
half. Maybe on the end of a 4-2 defeat. Because Dylan Slevin wants tops for a PB.
Game shot and the match.
And in it
Dylan
goes,
Slevin.
an average of 103.93. Fallon in defeat, 95.52. He hit 4 180s and winning legs of 16, 15, 11 and 12. And that is why that average is 103.93, a personal best for the Irishman. When we return, another Irishman back in action. Ciaran Teehan faces Danny van Trijp.
Well, we questioned how Dylan Slevin would deal with the pressure of being top of the Group C table heading into the second day of action. And I think he's just answered that question incredibly convincingly, hasn't he? A 4-2 victory in that one over Fallon Sherrock with an average just shy of 104 in that one. A really special performance from the 20-year-old Irishman, winning legs in 16, 15, 12 and an 11 dart leg in there as well. That average, as I said, just shy of 104, pinning 50% of his doubles. He just did not falter at all, despite Fallon Sherrock applying immense pressure and playing very well indeed herself. An average of 95.5 from her, but the finishing stats, the real difference in that one, with Sherrock pinning just 2 of her 11 attempts at a double in that match. Next up for you then, we've got Danny van Trijp up against Ciaran Teehan. The head-to-head between these two for the week is 2 apiece. It was Danny who was victorious on Monday before Ciaran Teehan took the 2 points on Tuesday and Wednesday. Danny, the 4-0 winner when they met yesterday, though. Probably a game Ciaran really fancied getting a win in, but he missed all 8 of his attempts at double in the match, meaning the Dutchman's 27% checkout success was enough to seal a whitewash victory in that one. Ciaran Teehan pretty much out of the run-in for finals night now, but he could still have a say, of course, in who does qualify for Saturday night's finals night. Let's tuck into this one then and hand back over to Nico and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. And yes, you're absolutely right. I think we can start to say that Ciaran Teehan's not going to be making an appearance on Saturday night. But as far as Danny's concerned, he's now in that urgent position that Ciaran was in his first game. Because if he loses this match, we will find ourselves with 3 players on 4 points, and only Sherrock will have the game in hand.
Incredibly, their last 2 meetings, they bageled each other. Wednesday, Teehan, with his, well, one of his highlights of the week, defeated Danny 4-0, was 80% on the doubles, 2 180s, and 101.90 average, and that came from absolutely nowhere. Yesterday, however,
First leg, it's Ciaran to throw
repaid
first.
the
Game
favourite,
on.
defeating Ciaran Teehan in match number 12. 4-0, 3 180s. Only 4 out of 15
98.
on the doubles. But will the shackles be off?
140.
Will he play with absolute freedom now? Because yeah, I'm pretty sure he's aware that the game is up.
81.
He did play his best stuff of the week when it was the end of Group A.
Yeah,
when the game was up in that group, so maybe it'll happen again.
Yep, I agree. Danny was 8
96.
for 11. Even money about Teehan. As far as marginal favourites go, I quite like Danny here at 8 for 11.
We were remarking earlier in the week about Danny being from Breda in the Netherlands. And I'm reliably informed that Breda is famous for its beautiful historic buildings, such as 59. The Great Church and Breda Castle. Apparently it's got a lot of cobblestoned inner city streets.
95.
It is a paradise for shoppers and foodies alike.
Maybe that's why I won there.
Sounds like a bit of you.
180. Ciaran, you require 137.
I'm sure they do. If they did, I would have found it. Not exactly known for their 97. Wine, that's for sure.
Danny, you require 26.
In fact, their beer almost feels as strong as wine. Gone straight for it, double 4. Now this is awkward.
22.
It was in the way.
Ciaran, you require 40.
There was a lot of looking at the monitor there, wasn't there?
Game shot on the first leg. Ciaran Teehan.
It's a holder's throw. 2 missed darts. Double for Danny. But it is a 16
second leg, it's Danny to
Ciaran.
throw first.
There is a monitor to the left of the hockey there, which shows the scores for the players, and it assists the referee in telling the players what they've got
100.
left towards the end of a leg. I'm just curious as to why Danny was looking at the scores so intently mid-throw.
Maybe he was looking at what
177.
whether he was going to split or not, maybe, on the 26. Because the problem with attacking that 26,
60.
ultimately, you will go 5 for double 4, and of course that's in your line of sight, isn't it? If you have a dart that sits up in the 13.
60.
Well, earlier in the week, Dylan Slevin had 26. He missed it inside, and he decided not to go for 5-4-4.
94.
He went 1-6 with an open target, and I really like that player.
Yep. Mature beyond his years.
97.
He's starting to speed up again, Teehan. What do you think the mindset of Danny van Trijp's going to be if
83.
he doesn't
Ciaran
qualify
Teehan,
for
167.
Saturday, but has a World Championship in his near future against Steve Beaton? Do you think he'll be disappointed with his play this week?
99. Danny Require, 164.
I mean, well, yeah, on the back of what he achieved the last
60.
time he played in the Super
Ciaran
Series down
Require,
in
68.
Southampton. I mean, there has been some moments.
52.
Wrong double, Ciaran.
Danny Require, 104.
Bit too tall. And that is a horror show of a first dart for Danny.
44. Ciaran Require, 16.
One of the reasons people like going for the 18s, because if you miss south, you've got a get-out clause.
And the 16s, of course. Either side of that, you're still on a finish.
12. Danny Require, 60.
I don't often say this, but Ciaran won't mind me saying that was a very bad dart. At double 4, it was not close.
So was that.
Game shot on the
He
second
finds
leg.
the tops. He nearly
Danny
hit the
van
treble
Trijp.
20. I mean, it would have scored 60, but it would have been a bust.
It's funny when it happens to other people.
Third leg, it's Ciaran to throw first.
When you do it
Game
yourself, it's an awful feeling. You feel like you want the ground to swallow you up.
Well, it usually happens as well when you have one of them legs. You just can't hit a treble
60.
20, and you sort of just it's like the treble 9 on the 25. You sort of look at it and you
100.
just literally a momentary look at it. You let the dart go, boom, straight in the middle, and you know why you've done it, because that's the target you've looked at. That's the target you've sighted.
I don't know if you're a fan of Frasier, the sitcom, but he has a problem when he's about to do a bike race for charity, and he keeps veering into a post box, and
60.
he just keeps looking at it as if to say, why am I riding into the post box? Same thing. It's something you just can't take your eyes off. And right now, don't take your eyes off the 60.
140.
Bobby George says that phrase, you
58.
aim at what you're looking at and look at what you're aiming at. I mean, it just seems to go in there at the most bizarre moments.
97.
And he's averaging 90 at the moment, Teehan.
41.
Will be thinking,
Ciaran
why
Require,
me?
119.
Super first dart. This looks nice.
87.
The plan was right. The execution was very good. And he will come back for that 2-1 advantage. This is better from Ciaran.
100. Ciaran Require, 32.
Or should I say it? Ciaran. We've got a bit of a pronunciation lesson from
No
Dylan
score.
Slevin in his
Danny Require, 142.
interview yesterday. Stay there. That's unfortunate. A lot of the time that would have just slid off the top of the barrel.
110.
Nestled in.
Ciaran Require, 32.
2-1.
Game shot on the third leg.
When you're
Ciaran
having a bad
Teehan.
week, that happens to you. If you're Danny van Trijp, that is. But we've seen a few
Full leg, it's
crazy
Danny to throw
conversions
first.
this week.
Game on.
Just like that. But then again, Danny's left himself 56 on a few occasions, and he's hit double 16, double 12 more than once.
100.
Correct. I don't think I've ever seen that as many times as I've seen it this week.
100.
Coming up next, Dylan Slevin back in action against Carl Wilkinson.
Good luck, Carl.
81.
Dylan Slevin in that one, 4-9. That's well backable on what we've seen so far. And then following that, Atkinson
96.
against Sherrock. And Sherrock is the 11-10. second favourite in that one.
96.
Well, Slevin is only 2 points ahead of 2 players on 8 points, but now we take note of that massive leg difference he's accumulated
40.
of plus 14. It's almost as if he's got an extra 2 points because of that leg difference.
100.
Make no mistake, so far this is a good result for the people in the middle of the table, because they want the likes of Sherrock, DVT and Teehan
76.
to just fall away and
Danny
make it a 3-horse race.
124. 84.
He keeps leaving tops, but he hasn't had a great deal of joy in it over the last 5 days. As far as Teehan's concerned,
165.
he says,
Danny
I'm not out of this leg.
40.
Danny is none from 10 on tops.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Danny
However,
Van Trijp.
4 from 9 make that 5 from 10. 50% on double 10.
5th
you
leg.
know what they
It's
say,
Ciaran
if you
to throw
find someone who
first. Game on.
really likes double 10, you ask the question, well, how good are they on tops? Because more often than not, you're going to
97.
leave double 10 because you've missed double top. Same with double 4. We talk about Joe Cullen a lot being one of the best double 4 hitters on the planet.
140.
Is it because he leaves a lot of double 4s from 68-point conversions, or is it because he's missing double 8 a lot?
Well, he also loves,
49.
like most people who are very good on double 4, they love double 18. And Fallon, of course, loves double 18.
45.
You don't see many players saying that their favourite double is double 7 or double 5.
96.
Curiously, Johnny Clayton's favourite double is double 1.
Well, Fallon, yesterday, was 3 out of 3 on
135.
double 18. And because she's been reasonably efficient
99.
on double 8, she's only actually had 1 go at double 4.
That tells a bit of a story.
140.
Scoring visits from
Ciaran
Danny Van
Teehan,
Trijp, the last 2,
160.
140, 135. And there was an earlier 140 in the leg. And he is going to get a look at the 41 now,
100.
courtesy of that very
Danny
fine
Van
miss.
41.
Is he going
From
to go
Ciaran.
on tops? He is.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Need
Danny
we
Van
say any
Trijp.
more? Excellent on 10s, suspect on tops, but ultimately it was a 15-darter and it is the lead for Danny.
More than suspect.
6th leg. It's Danny to throw
Tops
first.
has
Game
gone
on.
missing for him.
Tops is on the side of a milk carton.
None from 12 on tops.
180.
Quickly, a game can turn around. He trailed 2-1, was averaging in the 70s.
70.
Now averaging in the 90s, and there's 1-3 on the spin and starts with a max. Well, potentially going to win 3 on the spin.
We're getting into a situation now, if Danny wins this
100.
match, where he's very much in the mix, purely because he'll be playing against the players who he's trying to stop.
Yeah, they're the ones above him.
Yeah, he will deny them points
140.
and get points himself at the same time. These classic MODUS Super Series 4-pointers. He will finish his campaign against Fallon Sherrock,
39.
funny enough. And by the time he gets there, his fate will be very much known. It'll either be in his hands or it won't. And he's finishing his campaign alongside Sherrock
59.
in game 13 without knowing what Atkinson, Slevin, Wilkinson or Teehan will finish up on.
You don't want to max here, pal. Leave double 1.
Maybe he does.
130.
I think he did the right thing. I remember the first time I ever saw Michael van Gerwen hit a 10-darter on double 1.
105.
My
Danny
immediate
Ricard,
reaction was just
52.
laughter.
That can't have happened very often.
Tops again.
12.
Guess
Ciaran
what?
Teehan, 127.
Stop leaving it, Danny. Go for something else.
0 from 14 in the last 2 days.
47. Danny
That reaction
Ricard,
from
40.
one of the Republic of Ireland's best tells the full story. Double 10. And he
Game,
finds that
shot,
one again
and the match,
for a 4-2
Danny Van
victory.
Trijp.
And I get the feeling that is going to be their last match of the week. They've had some good battles, but ultimately it is Danny Van Trijp who has the better average. He has the better checkout percentage, and he has a good chance of still getting through this group. He's going to have to be really good from here with very little in the way of mistakes. Dylan Slevin will come back to the hockey in match number 5 next, trying to get his way to 12 points at the expense of Wilkie.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
A reminder that all you need to do to book your free tickets for finals night is visit dartshop.tv. And tomorrow evening, prior to the darts getting underway, we will also be showing the England-France game. So get yourselves down here for that as an hors d'oeuvre for the darts later on in the evening. But back here in Group C, Danny Van Trijp has just got another 2 points on the board, getting the better of Ciaran Teehan by 4 legs to 2 in that one. Really good from Danny Van Trijp to up his level enough during that match to get 2 valuable points on the board. 2 180s for him in there. He won't be pleased with the frequency in which he's missing darts at tops at the moment, but his double 10 hitting is making up for that at the moment. As for Ciaran Teehan, playing with a bit of freedom, knowing that the race is run for him now, still having trouble with 3 darts in hand at a double, but certainly a slightly higher standard in the scoring phase. Just 2 out of 11 on the outer ring for him in that one, though. Danny van Trijp finishing 4 out of 12 on the doubles in that match, and more than keeping his chances of qualifying for finals night alive. We can take a little look at the league table and see what that does. Of course, Ciaran Teehan now pretty much out of the running, isn't he? But Carl Wilkinson and Dylan Slevin, the two players we've got up next for you, certainly in the mix to qualify. Dylan Slevin with a perfect start to this morning's session. He's now out on 10 points in the league standings. Slevin whitewashed Wilkinson when these two met yesterday, doing so with a 97 average and 50% checkout success in that one, allowing Wilkinson just 2 attempts at double in that match. Both players off to a winning start this morning. Slevin in the more impressive fashion, it has to be said. The youngster just going from strength to strength in this group, really, isn't he? On debut, just doesn't look at all phased by the challenge. And it looks as though we are seeing the emergence of another wonderfully gifted young Irishman here at the Super Series. Who's going to pick up the 2 points in this one then? An edge closer to qualifying for finals night. Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you, Abby, and don't forget your England shirt tomorrow night. In fact, I expect you to see you in the full kit.
Highly unlikely. I smell a wager coming along. A little prop bet. But I don't think she'd ever go for it. Well, Ciaran Teehan has been eliminated, we can say that. But the guy who he's having a bit of a battle with in domestic darts in Ireland is thriving. But his safety in this group is not guaranteed yet.
Carl to throw first.
He could be equalised on 10 points if he loses to Wilkie here. But for me, Mace, Slevin has got to be a big favourite considering the standard we've seen today so far.
Well, he blitzed him
100
yesterday 4-0, and he looks in equally as good nick today, and he is a very backable
45
4-9 as he hits a ropey 45. But yeah, you look at the difference in numbers. Wilkinson winning his first game with 82.5, 4 out of 19 on doubles, but they came in the early part of the match, all those misses, where Dylan was pushed extremely hard by Fallon, winning 4-2. Fallon averaging 95.52. Dylan's response
46,
nearly 104, 103.93 and 50% on doubles with 4 180s. That 4-9 is
92.
massive.
We still haven't had a ton plus checkout today so far, but in the case of Dylan, the reason for that is because his scoring has been so good 99. To get inside 100. He hasn't needed one.
No, he had a 16 darter in leg 2 to hold, a 90 finish for 15.
100.
And the 2 180s in leg 4 for an 11, and then went out in 12. There wasn't enough. Well, he did miss the opportunity.
100.
Big finish in that one.
Dylan, you require 124.
You think this game is going to be maybe won and lost on the scoring, because we're not seeing much in the way of massive scoring from Carl. In fact, 180s.
56.
Oh,
Carl, you require 96.
Not his makeup right now.
No. He's yet to find a max. Ooh.
56. Dylan, you require 68.
Try.
Yeah, the right play.
It's double top for Dylan.
48.
And a chance for
Carl,
Carl to get the start that he
40.
wanted. Maybe to take advantage of a slow beginning here for the Slevinator.
He didn't get out the blocks particularly quickly against Fallon, did he? Lost the opening leg. But my goodness,
24.
didn't he make up for it?
Dylan, you require 20.
His average in the back end of that match was
Game shot in the
near
first leg.
110.
Dylan Slevin.
He can do nothing wrong right now.
Yeah, by the looks of it, you can't leave him on double 10.
Second leg, it's Dylan to
No,
throw first.
He looks
Game on.
Wade-like on 10s when Wade plays well.
100.
As far as the technique is concerned, there is a little bit of movement in the body, but I don't mind that as long as it's timed okay.
97.
Sometimes when people are completely statuesque, they are trying too hard to stay still, and that has a detrimental effect on
100.
throwing mechanics. But with Dylan, he just has this little bit of movement which he can work with, and it gives him the freedom to throw the darts at the right release point.
Yeah, it's just
85.
a marginal bit of movement. It's certainly not like Hendo or Peter Manley, the full-on rock.
95.
There's a player from Norfolk that we used to have. I think he played in the Grand Slam a couple of times. He was called Firework, wasn't he? He was under Peter Wright's wing for a while. We used to call him the Sprinkler Head. I'm going to leave that with you. Who was that?
128.
It's going to drive you mad. And I'm not going to tell you.
99. Dylan, you require 78.
Drawn all my reserves.
It's a lovely dart. He's just making sure it's in. Those twinkly points might have been twinkling against the wire.
54. Carl, you require 80.
Climb the ladder a bit there, Carl, and find the tops.
40.
But I think he's starting
Dylan,
to get a bit
24.
cheesed off with missing so many doubles.
Well, this will be 2-0, but
Game shot in the
6-0
second leg.
in
Dylan
aggregate.
Slevin.
Put me out my misery.
Third leg, it's Carl to throw first.
No, I'm going to let you stew
Game
for a
on.
while. You know I don't mind a slow cooker. I'll let the gravy melt a little bit.
60.
Slevin's getting everything going his way.
134.
He's picking off trebles as if they're easy, and trust me, they're not. And as we get further into today's schedule, if he can keep that
99.
4-point gap, he may even get things done before he finishes his campaign against Adam Atkinson in game 14.
140.
And after a sluggish beginning to this second game of the day,
Well,
we settled in.
we say sluggish, and even this one, he's averaging well into the
174.
90s. Oh, that's a beautiful visit from Carl.
I'm not going to criticise him for leaving 168 because he couldn't leave a finish from his position anyway.
140.
No matter what he does, Dylan seems to have the answer.
58. Dylan, you require 87.
He does that thing that Gary Anderson does.
Yeah, the step on, step off.
Step
Game
in.
shot on the third leg. Dylan Slevin.
He just continues to impress me. And he continues to slay his
Fourth leg, it's
competition.
Dylan to throw first. Game on.
20 years of age.
Remember me not to go to any opens in Ireland. Can you imagine the talent?
92.
I mean, this is just the stuff that we've seen as well. There may be some talent over there that isn't getting the backing or the
81.
recognition of the sponsors. My word.
Well, yesterday morning, you had a text message from
134.
Dylan's manager, didn't you, Matt Ward, and he went, "Oh, this kid's good."
Yeah.
And we were like, okay. We did have a little bit of a delve, but
96.
it was a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, you're not kidding, Sherlock. He's not good. He's brilliant.
Average, if he takes out the 135 in 4,
84.
will be another one.
Dylan, you
Well, it'll
require
be over 100 if he takes out
135.
in 3.
Can you imagine him playing pairs with Keane Barry? They're the same age.
90.
Ooh, you are human.
Just to prove it.
You don't mind making a mistake when your opponent's just past the halfway point of a leg.
83.
Now, this would be
Ciaran
catastrophic for the leg
45.
difference of Carl Wilkinson, which stands at all square right now. Could be -4.
Game,
And
shot,
it is.
and the match.
The finishing
Ciaran
was
Slevin.
exemplary again. And the average from Slevin is just commonplace now. High 90s, taking full advantage of a Carl Wilkinson who could not live with the 140 prowess and the checkout prowess of his young opponent. 20 years of age and his entire career and lots of stuff to look forward to ahead of him. It could well be Saturday night, because I don't see him falling from the top of the tree. Adam Atkinson will take on Fallon Sherrock in Game 6 to close out round 2 after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Dylan Slevin has just produced a whitewash victory to get the better of Carl Wilkinson in our last match. Paul Nicholson alongside me to reflect on what we've seen so far. Nico, Dylan Slevin, how excited should the world of darts be right now?
Well, you know when the water's boiling and you're about to put the pasta in it, and it's just starting to bubble up a little bit more. Well, it's bubbling up even more now. I'm starting to get really excited about Dylan, and we talked earlier, Abby, about what we would expect from him today. There was pressure on him, but he doesn't care about it. I think we've got something here, and I don't say that very often. I think he's brilliant.
Yeah, and we know that he came here in good form. He lost in the quarterfinals of the World Youth Championship to some lad called Josh Rock. He also made the final of the Irish Open, losing to Jelle Klaassen in that. So we knew that he had the game. But to do it so consistently in this format, it really tells you a lot, doesn't it?
It does, because knockout darts is a very different animal to this. And it tells me that if he makes Saturday night, that could actually work for him too. So I think everybody, whether it's Raymond Smith, whether it's everybody in Group C or Group B, they should take note.
Indeed, and whilst we're on Irish darts, Ciaran Teehan, of course, has had the complete opposite fortune in this group. The end of the road for him in 2022. Going into 2023, what are the main things you'd say that he needs to focus on?
Oh, that's a very good question, you know. I don't think there's one thing, but maybe he's just missing something that makes his game click. The best thing for him to do after today, I think, would be to just take a couple of days off and just maybe watch a couple of his games back, especially the games from the end of Tuesday and Wednesday, and see what he was doing there in his own eyes, then replicate it going into a fresh challenge for 2022.
Absolutely, and it looks as though Dylan Slevin will be making it through to finals night. I think now the question is who will be joining him. Would you say that's fair?
I think it's very fair. 4-point gap at the top, and you think about the fact that Carl has just lost to Dylan, so his leg difference has plummeted by 4 legs. Van Trijp is very much back in the race if he wins his next match, but don't discount Fallon just yet.
Yeah, that next match is very tasty indeed. Adam Atkinson against Fallon Sherrock. Fallon did very little wrong in that defeat to Dylan Slevin, so there's plenty of positives for her to take from that performance. If she can perform like that again here, she certainly has a chance.
Yeah, the only thing that's going wrong is double 16. She's not finding it a great deal at all, so if that clicks and she scores the way she has, she's got a lot of chances to win legs.
And Adam Atkinson, he seems to be going under the radar despite his place in the table at the moment. But he's doing a lot right himself, isn't he?
He's been doing it all week. It's really weird considering the amount of press there's been from the ADC about him coming back here after making Saturday night on his debut. It feels like all of the pressure's been levelled at other people, like Raymond Smith, Ben Robb, Dylan Slevin now. And does he like being under the radar? I bet he does.
Well, it seems to be working for him at the moment, doesn't it? Let's tuck into our next match then. It is, of course, Fallon Sherrock against Adam Atkinson.
Thanks, Abby. Well, I'm saying it here and now. Dylan Slevin has put everybody in week 7 on notice. He's averaging in excess of 100 for the day. Doing it in some style. Talking of style, well, Fallon went down in some style with a 95-52 in her opening game. 4-2 defeat to that man, Dylan Slevin, who averaged nearly 104. Now, by comparison, Atkinson did win 4-1, 40% on his doubles, but only averaged 76-48. If he doesn't find another gear in the scoring department,
first. Game on.
Even with the throw, he's going to find himself in a spot of bother this one, and he's been quoted as the 4-6 favourite. Fallon 11-10.
$100.
Adam did win this tie yesterday, but it was
100.
a very below par performance from Fallon. Adam won it 4-2 with a 90.31. That's some 14 points higher than his average in the opening match.
100. 140.
Welcome back, Nico.
Thank you very much.
Going down them stairs is a lot easier than going up them, pal, isn't it?
They are quite steep.
57.
It's a bit of a steep climb for Fallon to try and make the top 2 from here. I think it's pretty much foot down from now to the end needed. Because that leg difference that she currently has of -4, that must, in my opinion, be positive by her game with Carl Wilkinson in game 9. If it's not, I think that's it. In fact, if she loses
80.
to Adam here again, I think that's curtains.
Yeah, agreed.
But if that is to be the case, she, in this kind of form,
60.
is going to cause all sorts
Adam,
of bother for other people.
164.
Well, herself and Ciaran could become spoilers if Fallon is defeated here by Adam. Now, I did have a stab in the dark with regards to
Fallon, you require
how many countries
144.
Fallon had won in.
You think you were close?
Well, I picked 12.
54. Adam, you require 70.
I'm a million miles away. I may have undercut that.
Game shot on the first leg.
Undercut
Adam
that dart,
Atkinson.
a very aggressive dart at double 8, and it's a hold of throw in 18.
Second leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
Okay, let's talk about it
Game
then,
on.
because when it comes to people and what they've done within darts,
97.
obviously what Fallon did against Ted Everts and subsequently against Mensa Sulevic, it dominates the headlines. She's been crowned the first women's world match play champion this year. She's not a world champion,
45.
so she hasn't joined that elite group like Lisa and Trina and Frances Hunsela and Anastasia and some others, including the current champion, Bo Reeves.
121.
However, you weren't that far away. She's won in 15 countries.
Well, she is actually a world champion. She won the Girls' World Masters. That's a world title.
24.
World honours. We had that conversation, didn't we, about Australians earlier this year, about first Australian to get world honours. But
59.
yes, she's won in 15 different countries, 2 different continents. The majority of her success has been in Europe, but she has won in Japan as well. She's won in countries like Hungary, Turkey, Italy, Ireland, Belgium, France, Denmark, Switzerland. I know she likes playing in Switzerland.
134.
She's done the double over there. But I've heard many a professional male player say, I've won in a few different countries,
100.
particularly Jamie Caven, who's won in quite a few different countries in his career, but he hasn't won in 15 of them.
No, I've won in 8. Not bad for a tool, I suppose. That's 1-0. Funny that. I just must have turned up and got
140.
I know, right?
Fallon, you require 124.
There's loads of luck in darts.
Going to go for it.
99.
The weight of dart was perfect.
Adam, you require
That's the right thing to do.
158.
Atkinson yesterday took a 156. This is not that dissimilar. Wonder who's won in the most countries in their career. I'm going to take
Fallon, you require 25.
a guess in a second. As Fallon goes for double 8.
Game
That's a
shot
lovely
the second
shot.
leg. Fallon
Right
Sherrock.
on the inside wire to equalise here.
And under it, that had to go.
Third leg,
Okay,
it's
so
Adam
my
to throw
guess,
first. Game
without
on.
looking at all of the databases I have, and without doing some sort of extensive research, I'm going to say Dieter Hedman.
Yeah. I agree.
180.
I don't think Phil Taylor's won in some of the countries that she's won in.
Well, we didn't have events in those countries. That's the thing.
Exactly.
58.
It was predominantly Holland, America, Canada, and obviously the UK. The odd one in Belgium.
76.
I've looked at Dieter's CV and she's won stuff since the early 90s.
Well,
95.
Phil's first ranking title, of course, was Canada, wasn't it?
That was in Moncton.
Yeah, 1989.
Yeah, I was actually taken to that casino by Jeff Smith when I was there 3 years ago. He said,
Wow.
this is the place where Phil won his first ranking title.
87.
And I thought, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I walked away with a commemorative casino chip just to remind me of that day.
62.
And
Adam,
as
you
they say,
require
the rest is
158.
history. He didn't do bad as it goes.
Where was your first professional win?
Scotland.
Nice.
Yeah, Scottish Open.
58.
Ranking win, was it?
Yep.
No, excellent.
Yep. Yeah, 1,000 competitors. It was on when the... I think it was the Europe Cup was on, so
140. Adam, you require
it was a
100.
vast and high-quality field back in the mid-90s.
Do you think Adam Atkinson's going to have a ranking PDC win at the top level in his future? I'm putting you on the spot.
Not right
60. Fallon, you require
now.
146.
That doesn't mean that his game can't evolve to that level.
See, that's the right answer. We could easily sit here and say, yeah, he's going to win
100.
titles.
Adam, you require
But we just
40.
don't know what's going to happen. He's still got a lot of work to do. He's got all the ingredients of putting the foundations together. And what he has got here is a 2-1 lead against Sherrock.
Adam
When
Atkinson.
you look back in the 86-ish, 87,
Fourth leg, it's Fallon
just
to throw
started to
first.
see
Game on.
the evolution of Phil Taylor. 88 started to get some momentum. 89, and then of course 90. 92.
41.
And then he had a little bit of a stalling period. I mean, look at Michael. When he first stepped across the waters into PDC's shark-infested
100.
waters, certainly didn't go his way for many years. Look how long it took Gary Anderson to ultimately cross the line.
134.
But Michael Smith.
Yeah, it doesn't happen immediately for everybody.
Well, it doesn't necessarily happen at all. Look at Terry Jenkins, Ronnie
Look
Baxter.
at Wayne Jones.
Yeah.
Wayne Jones has only ever won at Challenge Tour level
100.
in the PDC. It's one of the most baffling things I've ever witnessed. Someone with that kind of ability has not won a PDC title at the top level of any kind.
42.
And I say this with absolutely no disrespect whatsoever. And there's no irony involved, but look at Michael only, and I say this due to his greatness, only 3 world titles. James Wade,
56.
And I don't think James will win one.
never
Because
made he's not made a final.
Exactly. That's one bit of evidence. And secondly, he just never plays
64.
well at Christmas.
No.
He has the odd classic. He had a great game with John Part once, but he really should have won 2012. That was his one chance. That was
Up
11
against
years ago.
A.D. Lewis, wasn't it? Windgate. I mean, and maybe the set play. Now, I know
97.
people are saying, well, he's won the Grand Prix, but that sort of is negated because it's double start. And we know he's one of the most efficient players on the outer ring.
100.
He wants to be a world champion. He's got to fix
148.
playing in the ultimate winter at the top of that hill. Otherwise, he's never going to be known as one of the greatest players of all time because he wouldn't have a world title. This is double 14.
120.
That's a very fine try.
You
There
require
was a
120.
nod there from Fallon, almost as if, I think this is going, well, this needs to go, Fallon. And you need tops.
100. Adam, you require 28.
A 3-1. Looking to do the double. 1-4-2 yesterday.
Game shot on the fourth
Might just
leg.
do the same
Adam
today.
Atkinson.
He might even get a better result, which would be very handy for his leg difference, which currently sits at
Fifth leg,
+2.
it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
I don't know about my first ranking win in the PDC. It was August 2009 at the Coogee Bay Hotel, just outside of Sydney.
180.
That was a pretty good day. And I remember beating Robert Thornton in that final. He wanted to fly straight to Melbourne because he was doing an exhibition. I was sticking around
23.
for a couple of days, and we were just about to go and fly to America from Australia. But that night, there was so many people there that I knew from my DPA days. And we were at the Coogee Bay Hotel, which I knew quite well because I'd stay there all week. And I just said to the waiter, "Have you got any champagne?" I said, "Yes, we've got a few bottles." And I said,
84.
"Give me them all." And everybody had champagne. I just thought, I might not get another moment like this, so everybody's getting champagne, and I've got great photos of it.
Nice touch.
96.
Well, when I won the Scottish, there was a group of Scottish lads, local lads from Glasgow, who followed me all day, literally from start to finish. They just decided, right, we're gonna follow them all day, and obviously I was interacting with them throughout the day.
44.
Back in those days, you used to get it in a 1,000 quid in an envelope, and I woke up the next day.
41.
6 a.m. I had absolutely not a clue where I was, and I thought, ooh, I wonder how much money I spent last night. Envelope untouched in my back pocket, and those 4 lads still remain my pals to this very day.
That's such a lovely story.
96.
I don't think it's too big of us to remember things like that. You know, people who were there at the start. I remember people like Rod Neeson, for instance, a good pal of Russell Stewart's.
100.
He was
Adam
there.
Uruguayan,
Kate
97.
Gifford was a really good friend of mine. She was there, and you know, all my pals from Melbourne, and even some of the guys like Mark Webster and Mark Walsh who are beating the tournament. They stuck around. How long is Fallon going to be sticking around? Because her participation
Game, shots,
in this
and
week
the match,
may well be
Adam
done,
Atkinson.
because now we have 2 players on 10 points in the table. In fact, no, we've got Slevin on 12, haven't we? Atkinson's gone to 10 points by winning that match, and he's gone to +5 in leg difference as well. He did dominate that one with an 89.38 average, and when he got to the finishes, he didn't hesitate, did he? He's looking like he's going to peak at the right time this week again. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be round number 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Adam Atkinson has just kept his realistic chances of qualifying for finals night alive. He is second in the table at the moment after that 4-1 victory over Fallon Sherrock. It felt like a game Fallon really needed to win to keep a realistic chance of qualifying alive. She didn't perform her best in this meeting yesterday, and it was another below par performance in that one. Just unable to find the level shown against Dylan Slevin earlier on. Atkinson dominant in that match, 2 180s for him in that one, an average just shy of 90 and 4 out of 9 on the outer ring as well. Fallon Sherrock pinning just 1 of her 4 attempts at double in that one, and we can see what that does to the league standing. As I mentioned, it's Dylan Slevin out in first place on 12 points with that far superior leg difference as well, but Adam Atkinson looking good to qualify as well at the moment. Next up, we do have Dylan Dylan Slevin against Ciaran Teehan, 2 players enjoying a real tussle at the moment in Irish darts, but there's only one of these two who've really performed at their best in Group C so far. Dylan Slevin, the 4-1 winner when these two met yesterday, and he's looked even better so far today, which doesn't bode well at all for Teehan's chances in this one. A 104 average in Game 1 and a 98.5 in Game 2 to complete a 4-0 win with 57% checkout success in his last match. Will he get a third victory of this morning's session, or will Ciaran Teehan get his second win in Group C? Let's find out and hand back over to our commentary team.
It's a tall ask, Abby, for Ciaran Teehan to get a win over his young Irish teammate, because Slevin is looking a little bit like a Terminator so far today. A 25-gram Harrow's dart is looking like a very accurate projectile. Whatever he sees, he destroys. Well, that's from Rocky IV, not from Terminator.
Yeah, can't help but be impressed.
First leg, it's Dylan to throw first.
Replicates
Game
the result
on.
yesterday, which was 4-1. Minus 2.5 Dylan Slevin, so 4-1 or better. Priced up at 11-8 because he is the
100
to 7 favourite to win this tie against Ciaran Teehan, priced at 5-2.
With a nickname like Slevinator, I'm really curious to see what his walk-on music would be. Is it that iconic music from the Terminator?
If it isn't, it should
140.
be.
Absolutely. You've been warned, Matt. The guy that looks after him, by the way. None of this stuff that you get Darryl Gurney to walk out to. That, honestly. Some of the walk-on songs that he's thought of for his players have been pretty good. Like Rock the Boat for Karol Sedlacek. That was a good one.
Yep. By Forrest, I do believe.
85. Dylan, you require 81.
That's what I like about Dylan. Teehan's piled in a 180. His response, a 180. Oh, very
57.
Nearly 81 out for an 11 or a 12.
And Teehan's on 177 after 9, which is not a bad leg at all. He might not even get a shot at a double.
Dylan, you require 24.
Derby gets a shot at 117.
$12. Ciaran, you require 117.
Commentator's curse alive and well. He's had 5 darts at a double for 1-0.
97. Dylan, you require 12. Game shot on the first leg.
No mistake
Dylan
this
Slevin.
time. Both players hitting a max in the opening leg, but it's a 16 dart hold. 5 missed at a double.
Second leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Abby was making a really good point earlier about a tournament that Jelle Klaasen won very recently, the Irish Open, which is starting to get a bit of a name for itself.
That was the one in Killarney, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was won by
42.
Luke Littler, I think, last year.
Yep.
And he's not a bad little player, not to coin the phrase from Phil Taylor.
Yeah.
But let's talk about
83.
what Slevin did in getting to the final of that tournament. Because to lose to a former world champion, there's no shame in that.
58.
But what about who he beat on the road? He beat Nick Kenny. There's a vastly experienced Welsh player.
44.
Then took out Davy Kerwin of Scotland, Neil Duff, the current WDF world champion, Richard Veenstra,
100.
then Chris Landman. And he beat Landman 5-0 in the semi-final.
So he's had an easy draw then. That's insane.
100.
And what was the score in the final?
6-3.
Do we have any numbers from that?
We don't.
96.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was around a 90 average for that game. Klaasen's had a great year, winning the Dutch Open and the Irish Open.
2 seriously toughies, especially that Dutch
97.
Open. He's going along very nicely in the World Masters as well. He's into the round of 64, averaging nearly 98.
85.
Any
Ciaran, you
results as
require
they happen of
117.
any kind of importance, I'll let you know. Gary Stone's through to the last 32. Chris Landman also through as you just mentioned,
57.
to the
Dylan, you
round of
require
32, making
120.
all those wins even more impressive.
Well, this one's not easy because that flight is firmly in his road. Boy, is that clever. He's just staying away from it.
80. Ciaran, you require 60.
He throws those darts very, very hard as well.
Yeah, they're thrown. I think that's okay for him. Ooh, double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
I think
Ciaran Teehan.
Ciaran Teehan threw that one very hard. It's almost as if you get a golfer who's just had a 3-putt on the green, the next tee.
Third
It
leg,
doesn't
it's
matter
Dylan
what
to
it is.
throw
Give me the
first.
driver.
Game on.
Just, I'm going to hit it very hard. And
Just to get it out of your system.
yeah, he threw that double 10 very, very, very hard.
100.
He knows he's not going to qualify now, so can he possibly spoil the chances for Dylan? I just don't know. Wilkinson and Danny Van
45.
Trijp on 8 and 6 points respectively. Last night I was told to pick, and I went for Slevin and Atkinson, and I think that's going to be the
55.
case.
Yep, not going to be far away. And Slevin's run in after this match. He faces
59.
Danny Van Trijp. Adam Atkinson.
I think we're starting to whittle things down. We
56.
believe now that Sherrock is gone, Teehan's gone, and I think if Van Trijp loses game 8, I think he's gone.
180.
It's a second max for Teehan. Last time he hit one, the response was immediate.
180.
I think the words going through the mind of Ciaran Teehan right now are very Mervyn King-like.
85.
Go away.
Dylan, you require 110.
What are you doing?
Really?
I can say that after that dart because
42.
that is
Ciaran,
very
you require
unlike
132.
Dylan Slevin. Can still finish. Needs the ball, and he's got a good guide.
107.
Oh, that was a great try.
Dylan, you require 68.
This is important.
36.
That's a fine
Ciaran, you require 25.
margin of missing that double 16, and he could be behind in a game that, if he wins it, he could
Game
find
shot
a
on
bit
the
of
third
comfort
leg.
towards the
Ciaran
top
Teehan.
and put pain towards the likes of Atkinson and Wilkinson, but Teehan is very much going
Fourth
to
leg,
be
it's Ciaran
the
to throw
spoiler in the
first.
road.
Game on.
He would love to even the head-to-head record over the 24 hours they've played. Because yesterday it was a dominant win for Slevin by
100.
4 legs to 1. He did lose a game
56.
yesterday, did Dylan? He beat Danny Van Trijp by 4 legs to 1
43.
He lost
in
that.
his second game, but he lost to Adam Atkinson in
Yeah,
that
and
first
his-
game. It's probably a game he shouldn't have lost.
No, certainly not. That was his debut game.
140.
He did have a reasonably iffy one against Fallon. Did win 4-1. Averaged 84.66. That was his
62.
lowest average at the moment. He's only average. I say only. He's averaging 84. We're so used to seeing big numbers,
56.
and this is just almost like he's. Is he thinking that he's there and the job is done, and maybe
isn't.
just
40.
It isn't.
relaxing? No. Well, mathematically, it certainly isn't unlikely that he doesn't qualify in
99.
one of the two top positions. I'll call it now. I think he comes back and wins this match.
Best thing you can do is
60.
probably not
Dylan,
look
you
at the
require
table and just try and win every
150.
game as it is. And at the end, you say to the players' marshal, where am I again?
Exactly how I played it. I
92.
took absolutely no notice whatsoever. I didn't even try and work it out in my own mind.
And there were players last week who thought they were eliminated before they played their last match, and then they realised they were
135.
in.
Dylan, you require 58.
Yeah.
Two very different ways of looking at it.
I'm going to beat Darryl Pilgrim 4-3, and he
18.
said to me after that, sit, mate.
Ciaran, you
you're
require
through."
61.
All right, okay.
45.
That could be costly.
Dylan, you require
That was to get a
40.
3-1 lead.
And control.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Dylan Slevin.
By the way, you just reminded me of somebody from the movie Notting Hill. Remember the guy that went into the bookstore looking
Fifth
for
leg, it's Dylan to throw
the things
first.
that weren't travel
Game
books?
Yeah.
And he just says, "All right."
on. 99.
It's a good Christmas movie, pal.
Oh, any movie's good at Christmas when you've got something warming next to you.
60.
I love a good blanket.
An idea for a Christmas present for you, a nice little hot water bottle.
92.
If you were going to put a dart player's picture on a hot water bottle for a friend, who would it be?
That's a great shout.
81.
Now, bearing in mind that our good friend Dan's already got a picture of Steve Beaton in his toilet, and he's got
In a jacuzzi.
in it, it is in a
60.
jacuzzi. He's got a John Henderson yoga mat, and I believe he's got an Andrew Gilding face mask. So, what do you buy someone like that?
44.
So, if you were to buy that person a hot water bottle, who would you put on the
Well,
hot water?
Jenks would be on mine, just to remind me
58.
every now and again I'm not as mad as I think I am.
There's a couple of guys who work on the rigging for PVC darts
140.
called the Leak Brothers. You
Yep.
could put a picture of the Leak Brothers on a hot water bottle and make sure it doesn't leak. Such a dad joke.
60.
Well, this time Dylan's left himself the 1-3-2. Teehan's looking to leave double top. Or double 18.
100.
Gets neither.
Dylan, you require 132.
This is a real showbiz shot. It's one that's very pleasing to hit.
How pleased is he?
107.
Not pleased enough.
Got the
Ciaran, you
line right,
require
but
76.
moved left, which didn't quite compensate for it. One dart at tops.
36.
I think the reason
Dylan,
why
you
he's
require
not taking that
25.
shot there is because he knows he should have been on something smaller at the start of that visit.
Game
And he's
shot
now
on the
behind
fifth leg.
in a game where he
Dylan
could have
Slevin.
been and probably should have been 3-1 up.
You know, if you're not going to beat Dylan Slevin when he's averaging,
Sixth leg, it's Ciaran
80,
throwing
yeah.
first. Game on.
unlikely to beat him at all.
49.
We were talking yesterday that these two have got a bit of a battle going rankings-wise in
Yep.
Ireland.
1 and 2, aren't they?
Yeah, Ciaran's number 1 and Dylan's number 2 when it comes
60.
to, I believe it's the INDO rankings.
Correct.
And whatever transpires with that, good luck, gentlemen.
Good luck
100.
to everybody involved with that. It's been going on for decades, hasn't it? The INDL.
85.
Great system at the minute they've got in Ireland. Just the amount of players coming through, real credit to the grassroots
80.
level stuff that's happening over there.
Yeah, they're in a good place, especially considering on the back of the lockdowns, and
100.
Ireland were locked down severely.
If you think about the producers for the MODUS Super Series, they're always looking for new talents to bring in.
125.
They've never looked at the Irish pot as much as they do now.
Wonder how many of these are over there.
56.
Not just
Ciaran,
the
you
boys as
require
well. There's girls coming through.
147.
Robin Byrne, Katie
Kate
Sheldon.
yeah, she's one that I've been following in the women's series, looking at her results and watching her progress.
60.
What-
Byrne's been around quite a while. She
Yeah.
made her mark in the youth system, of course.
Yeah, she's good in the women's series this
61.
year as well. She's got
Ciaran,
some
you
good stuff.
require 87.
I don't think Dylan's put enough pressure on this shot. Could well get 6 darts from here, and 6 darts is what he will need.
47. Dylan, you require
Potentially.
139.
2 visits at least. Now, that Slevin can't take that first match opportunity.
85. Ciaran, you
And
require
this has been
40.
his worst performance so far.
Well, Teehan's managed to just get him embroiled, hasn't he? Maybe that's the
35.
secret in beating him.
Maybe
Dylan,
you're onto
you
something.
require
Maybe
54.
the guy that makes Dylan think a bit more is the person he's trying to usurp in the rankings in Ireland. Does it stop him?
34.
I think it does.
Ciaran, you require 5. No score.
That was just
Dylan,
a
you
bad
require
shot from a
20.
player who's had a lot of negativity this week thrown his way, and he's handled it as best he could.
Game,
But
shots,
ultimately,
and the match.
Dylan Slevin
Dylan
gets the
Slevin.
double over Ciaran Teehan, and he's now on 14 points. And without looking at all of the other calculations, he looks extremely safe for Saturday night, even though that was his worst average of the week so far. Without further ado, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, a hugely important game for Danny van Trijp. If he loses to Adam Atkinson, he will be going home too.
So then, Dylan Slevin not at his blistering best in that last match. It was actually his worst performance of the week here at the Super Series, but doing enough to get a 4-2 victory over his fellow Irishman in Ciaran Teehan in that match. As you can see, an average just over 77 for Slevin in that one. He did miss 8 darts at double against Fallon Sherrock yesterday, but that against Ciaran Teehan was his least clinical display in Group C. Just 4 out of 17 on the outer ring, an aspect of his game that's been so strong so far in Group C, but just a minor blip for sure. We can have a look at the league table. We can see that he is still well out in front on 14 points now, with a plus leg difference of 20 at the top of the league table. Next up for you, we've got Danny van Trijp up against Adam Atkinson. If Atkinson gets the victory in this one, it does eliminate the Dutchman from proceeding proceedings, and he won't be able to qualify for finals night. Adam Atkinson with the opportunity to put even more daylight between these two. It was Atkinson who came through in a decider yesterday. He did miss 12 at a double in the match, but took out a superb 119 checkout en route to the victory, as you can see that here in this clip. A superb checkout from him in that one, and he can edge ever closer to qualifying for finals night if he is to get the victory. And as I said, it will eliminate Danny from proceedings. He won't be able to qualify. Who's going to pick up the 2 points in this one then? Lads, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, a fascinating little tie at this one. So far today, Danny went down 4-2 with a 74. Adam won with a 76.5. Danny won with an 86.5. Adam won with an 89.38. So both are trying to move into position, and both are improving. It's Danny van Trijp who's the favourite at 8-11. Atkinson even money.
That I don't understand.
No.
Let's face it, Danny's got 6 points on the table. Atkinson's got 10.
First
He's got
leg,
two
it's
more
Danny to
wins.
throw
Danny won the
first.
tie yesterday.
Game on.
He's got a better leg difference. So
Better running average.
pick the bones out of that one. Adam finished in a higher position in Group A. Need I
60.
go on? I don't understand. But let's look at the game as it stands for the table, which I suppose is the most important thing right now. And like Abby said, if Danny loses this game, he's toast.
Well,
80.
Adams won their last 3 meetings. He lost their opening meeting on Monday 4-2, then won 4-0, then won Wednesday,
96.
and then won yesterday.
Say no more. You were able to find a bit of value in that one. I applaud you for your research, but remember, OV18s only.
135.
Please gamble responsibly and begambleaware.org for all of the information you need on that. And Dylan
55.
Slevin is looking pretty safe, isn't he, at 14 points and plus 20?
Yeah, absolutely. It was not a game that will go into the archives. That one won't go in the highlight reel. His last one against Ciaran Teehan.
100.
That one will be just scrunched up and put in the bin.
I think it'll just be a chalk mark. A time where I beat Ciaran again.
85.
You know, a couple of years ago, when Ciaran might bring it up, I go, can you remember when we played on that Friday down at the Super? No, I don't. You remember when you averaged 77 and beat me 40? No.
150. $57.
Beautiful
Adam, you
approach play.
required 36.
From Atkinson to treble 10, leaving it to 36, and we know he likes it over here. Ooh, double 9, other side of the board.
18. Danny, you require 148.
Already 3 missed at a double. He left 36 after 12.
78. Adam, you require 18.
Near me a player that likes double 9. I don't know many, if any. That's why.
He's just
10. Danny, you
just in a
require
horrible
70.
area of the board.
It is for a right-hander.
Yeah, and it's just obviously the no breakdown.
Double top.
Game shot on the first
Hey,
leg.
he's found
Danny
a double
van
top
Trijp.
with no misses whatsoever. That hasn't happened very much this week.
That's the first time he's hit it in 2 days.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Earth. As Adam lost that leg, 6 darts out of double. Well, 5 actually, because obviously he had to burn a dart on the split.
84.
Remember earlier that I was talking about a dart player that used to have a lot of lateral body movement. Have you thought of his name yet?
No. Initials?
180.
It's not Neil Duff.
Nathan Derry.
That's it.
125.
Yeah, he used to pivot his torso as part of his throwing action and be like a sprinkler
60.
head. He had some very good performances, but I don't know what Nathan's doing at the minute. It's all about these guys right now, though. Clashing paces here because Adam is very
58.
deliberate, whereas Danny is very organic. Just back and forward.
55.
Mentioned some old players. There's a little bit of Tony Brown about Danny Van Trijp, and there's definitely a lot of Alan Glazier in Dylan Slevin.
81.
Yeah, we lost Tony Brown very recently, didn't we? Shame to lose such an England great.
140.
It's one of the things that makes us human, though.
Adam, you
Mortality.
require
We
153.
have to enjoy our lives while we still have them.
Oh, I certainly do that.
There's that dart that he's trying to stop happening.
97.
That dart that dies
Danny
in the air
requires
and
66.
just loses all of its inertia. Double 9
48.
is missed this time by
Adam,
Danny.
you require 56.
Well, a reprieve for Atkinson, and 1-1 would be about right. Tops.
36.
I smell
Danny, you
trouble
require
for
18.
Atkinson.
Double trouble.
Well, the first one wasn't a bad marker, but
No score.
the second one was a real problem.
Adam, you
And you
require
saw the
20.
body movement of Van Trijp in that third dart.
Bit of Mensa in there.
Game shot on the
He's had
second leg.
A bit of
Adam
joy on double
Atkinson.
5, hasn't he? Slightly under the mark of double top. Maybe that's the kind of double that's going to give him a lot
Third
of
leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
benefits, but you don't find a great deal of first-time shots on double 5. Maybe a 90 checkout or a 130.
100.
But if you find yourself on double 5 with multiple darts, that's because you've missed something.
We did have a real bizarre match last night where we had 40 darts missed at a double. Well,
Yeah. 40, not
60.
14. 4-0.
these guys are up to 13 in 2 legs. Yeah, it was Ben Robb against Peter Jakes.
85.
Peter Jakes, 4 from 29. He missed 25. Ben Robb missed 15. And he had a 146 out.
You can look at those statistics in different ways. Ben allowed Peter Jakes to have 29
41.
darts at a double.
It actually wasn't a particularly poor scoring performance from either.
95.
I mean, he still averaged over 80 with 25 darts wasted. That's a couple of legs. Incredibly, after that performance where he missed 25
96.
at a double, in the very next match, he had 50% on doubles and a near 100 average, defeating
100.
Chas Barstow, who also averaged nearly 100 full
There you
3.
go.
Answers on a postcard. That sums up this sport in, well, just 2 conversations.
And we will have a lot more from Group B a little bit later on. It was brilliant last night.
Oh, it was exceptional.
180.
Well, that gets Adam
Danny
back in this
requires
leg.
121.
On a very similar finish. We have not had
57.
one ton plus
Adam, you
finish
require
today in 7
124.
games. That's incredibly rare. But it might be about to change. Bullseye.
74.
It was a 25, but it was
Danny
predominantly
requires
wire.
64.
Yeah, caught the outer ring. So he's going to get 1 at tops.
Game shot on the third
Like
leg.
buses now.
Danny Van Trijp.
What a shame that he's starting to figure out double top towards the end of Group C, but is he
Fourth leg,
timing
it's
it
Adam to throw first. Game on.
quite right? We saw last week Graham Usher win the week after being bottom of Group A. Then he came through Group C and won on the Saturday. If Danny Van Trijp beats Atkinson, he stops him getting to 12 points, but he also promotes himself to 8 points. Now, here is the ideal scenario for Danny right now. Win this game by the best margin possible. And then, if Fallon Sherrock can then beat Carl Wilkinson, game on. Then we'll go into round number 4 with 3 players vying for another spot alongside Slevin, who we don't think is going to slip up.
Yeah,
125
against Wilkinson and Slevin. Danny's run-in is against Dylan. And against Fallon, he is very interesting.
134.
Something's woken Adam up. You can't beat a little bit of an adrenaline surge when the urgency's needed.
81.
But that third dart is lurched again.
96.
I think the play here is maybe even treble 12. Everybody forgets that treble 12 leaves tops in that spot. If you want to leave tops, you've got an opponent not on a finish.
56.
You could even go treble 16, a double 14, or even just lay up.
Yeah, have a
59. Adam, you require 40.
Safe one at tops.
Safe. But now split.
30.
And that's been happening way
Danny,
too
you
often
require 136.
in this game. That's now 12 misses at a double.
28. Adam, you require 10.
I did say that he's been pretty good on double 5. I did say you have to go for it when you've missed shots previously.
Game
Both
shot
are
on the
true.
fourth lay. Adam Atkinson.
It's 2-2. And the tighter this is, it's actually good for both of them.
Fifth leg, it's Danny to throw
Because they've
first.
both got decent
Game
leg
on.
difference at the minute. +5 for Atkinson, +3 for Van Trijp. It's Wilkinson with
59.
-4 that is maybe in the worst position. And what he really wants now is an Atkinson win. He doesn't want it to be a 3-horse race. He wants it to be a 2-horse race for that second position. If Dylan Slevin wins the group.
48.
As I've said, Atkinson's got to play Wilkinson.
Yeah, that game's going to be pretty important, isn't it? That's game 12.
140.
It's the last game of round 4. Who was your pick to win the World Masters today, by the way?
137.
Sorry, Luke. Yeah, Luke Littler.
Yeah, it was my pick too.
Yeah, it was my fancy. He's out.
Is it
44.
finalised today, or is it over the weekend?
No, I think it's possibly played down to a quarterfinals, but the maybe not the mystique, but the
98.
history of the event has been absolutely destroyed. It used to be, of course, the best of 3 sets early and 3 legs per set. It get extended to 5, but they've done away with that now, and it's now a very messy round robin, and then into a best of 9. It's, I don't know why, unless it's going to improve.
41. Danny, you require
change the history.
124.
That's like all of a sudden the PDC going, oh, we're not going to do sets for the Worlds anymore.
I'm with you, I'm afraid. I've got a lot of friends who work within the system, but I've got to be honest. We need tradition
92.
within the sport.
Well, that's how you sell an event. You sell its
What's the oldest
history.
tournament in the world, Chris?
It is. It's the oldest active tournament.
Why would you do that to that tournament? And what's more, if you speak to John O'Shea, the last
45.
winner,
Danny,
it was
you
about the
require
format and the
32.
trophy.
It's nearly 50
Game
years
shot on
old.
the fifth lay. Danny Van Trijp.
You just don't mess with things like that. You know, it's history.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to
part
throw
of the,
first.
it's part of the
Game
makeup
on.
of our sport. You just don't mess with things like that. It cements my idea that they just do not have an absolute clue what they're doing. If they did, they wouldn't be doing it.
180.
Adam knows what he's doing at the start of leg 6. He's getting his second maximum. We've got 3 in this game now.
58.
I always judge a scoring performance on the maximums by whether they get more than 2.5, because most of the odds compilers will offer a price at plus 2.5.
Yeah, so 3 or more.
Not many games have blitzed that
45.
over the last couple of days, but last night we had a couple.
Well, we went through a spell, didn't we, where there was hardly any hit in Group A,
85.
and we did point that out to people, that they were pretty much 90% of the matches were under. I mean, it's like the Worlds. Like when's the WDF Worlds? You know, you got all these people travelling, trying to chase their place in there.
137.
When is it? When you got players, I mean, there's a lot of the guys playing here this week have qualified for the Masters, and they didn't even ask to
140. Adam, you
ask
require
them twice. They're
139.
playing here.
You don't want to be doing too much travelling over Christmas into the UK if the border force are going to be striking.
59.
So if you are going somewhere, make plans now and make sure they are solid. If you're not going anywhere, just stay with us.
98.
We'll keep you company.
Adam, you require 80.
Nobody has to feel lonely when you got Mason Nico in your ear.
Yeah, we'll try and keep you entertained. Ooh.
On that note, actually, we've just gone past the noon hour. If you do know anybody who's on their own, why don't you give them a knock and have a cup of tea with them?
60.
Maybe take around a packet
Danny,
of
you
biscuits.
require 120.
Some patty. I'm not going to stop.
Double
60.
Double 10.
Adam, you require 20.
I'll be having pate for my breakfast on Christmas Day. I will send you a Merry Christmas message, Nico.
That'd be very nice.
Game
Just
shot
like
the
that.
sixth leg.
Lovely.
Adam Atkinson.
3-3, one leg shootout, and boy is this a big leg.
Oh, very
7th
little,
and final
well,
leg. It's Danny
they
to
can't
throw
be
first.
separated in
Game
legs. Averages almost identical, 82 and change. And it all comes down
140.
to a one-leg shootout. The most likely player to hit a max right now is Atkinson. Most likely player to hit a 140
100.
was Danny Van Trijp, and that's exactly what he's hit.
If someone hits a max, essentially the other guy's going to have to get a couple of 140s,
96.
really. You can't split them. Average-wise, they're almost identical. They've both got experience of making Saturdays.
82.
The fact that they haven't succeeded on Saturdays doesn't really make any difference right now. That's for another day.
Yeah, it's all about holding it all together just to give yourself the opportunity. It's pretty
60.
much the makeup of this sport, is creating opportunities, and it's another thing taking them. 83-46, Danny plays 83-28, Adam.
64.
I don't know whether you've noticed about Adam Atkinson, but he really does lick his lips a lot when he throws.
The nerves are in the mouth. We see it with a lot of players, don't we? They're
This one's got to be good, if not brilliant. And that's a great start. Oh, okay. That's 64, which leaves 191, but he's recovered brilliantly. He needed a treble to get to a finish.
Yeah, the start and the ending was brilliant, but just by hitting that 7, it's meant that it's a 2 treble combination or a treble double. 54 tops, 60, 42, 32.
This will be a hammer blow. Oh, he's under-delivered it. Oh, what a great chance that turned out to be.
Danny, you require 20.
And Danny can claw his way into the race with a double 10. How
15.
costly is that going to be?
Adam
Atkinson could
40.
effectively eliminate Danny van Trijp now. Double top.
Game,
And that's a
shot,
three-horse
and the
race
match,
that you've got.
Adam Atkinson.
Because we've only got 2 matches each left for these players. They can only get 4 more points. And Danny van Trijp is going to stay on 6. Atkinson is on 12. So Danny van Trijp has been through 2 groups this week, but he will not make his way to Saturday this time. So that's the end of that. But we've got lots of matches to come for you. And as far as Carl Wilkinson is concerned, this next match for him is just as important against Fallon Sherrock.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. We've just seen plenty of drama in our last match with Adam Atkinson coming through in a last leg decider to eliminate Danny van Trijp from the run-in for finals night. Atkinson had quite a bit of double trouble early on in that match, didn't he? And when Danny van Trijp started to pin tops again, it was the Dutchman who established an early lead. But Adam managed to find something midway through that match, was able to force a last leg decider. The Dutchman missed match darts to get over the line and keep himself in the race for finals night, and it was Atkinson who punished him this time and did enough to eliminate the Dutchman from the run-in. We can have a look then at the league table. Confirmation that Van Trijp, Sherrock and Teehan are all eliminated from the run-in, and it is between Atkinson and Wilkinson. We think Dylan Slevin has probably done enough to book his place at finals night, so that race between Adam Atkinson and Carl Wilkinson for that second spot, and they still have to play each other this afternoon, so that could end up being a very tasty encounter indeed. But up next for you, we've got Fallon Sherrock against Carl Wilkinson. It was Fallon Sherrock who was the winner in this one yesterday. She whitewashed Wilkinson, of course, the 4-0 winner when they met in this one. It was a really clinical display from the Queen of the Palace. Missed just 2 darts at double en route to victory, allowing Wilkinson just the 2 darts at double in the entire match. Can she repeat the feat in this one, get her first win of the day, and give Atkinson even more of an advantage in second spot? Of course, as I mentioned, Atkinson and Carl Wilkinson still to play here this afternoon, and that could end up being a really crunch encounter. But will Fallon Sherrock still have a say in who's to qualify for finals night? Let's hand back to our commentary team and find out how this one goes, shall we?
Thank you very much, Abby. The Queen of the Palace is not going to grace Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series, but if Carl Wilkinson is going to be here Saturday night, this is a big, big game. This is the end of round 3, and post this match, he will have 2 games left, potentially with a 4-point gap to Adam Atkinson. He must get closer for me.
Well, he needs all 6 points, doesn't he? Starting with this one, and his memories of this match are not pleasant ones.
No, they're not, because Fallon yesterday was
First leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
in beating the big man from Barnsley by 4 legs to 0. She did it in 64 darts.
Only missing 2 at a double, average 94, 2 180s.
121.
Carl was reduced to just 2 darts at a double in the whole match, and he averaged nearly 85.
Yep, spot on.
100.
If in doubt as to where you stand, you can always ask Checkpoint Charlie. He's your referee today, and a fine one too.
59.
Yep, Charlie Colstefine. You may have seen him if you were watching the Players' Championship finals recently on ITV4 down in Minehead.
60.
Only making a bit of a name for himself now, isn't he, Charlie?
No, he's got a great work ethic. Knows what he needs to do and
100.
understands that his duties are in the background. He's just got to
Yeah,
stand there and do it.
You always know a good referee when you watch a match and you go, who was refereeing that one?
99.
Very much like a boxing referee. The very best referees are the ones that let it all flow.
Yeah, it's never a
57.
good thing when the referees are involved in the news. I recently watched a documentary about a basketball referee who was getting involved in certain
99.
activities away.
Fallon, you
and
require
well, the referees are there to
164.
make sure that everything is called down the middle, and that's exactly what Charlie does.
Yeah, well, we do have a wonderful
60.
crew of referees,
Carl, you
not just
require
here, but on the
143.
circuit and all the organisations.
43. Fallon, you
That takes
require
care of the odd number.
104.
Leaves the ton. Sherrock can have another look at double 16, can she?
Game
This
shot on
time,
the first leg.
it works.
Fallon
To
Sherrock.
take a 1-0 lead. Now, we can't afford to not address this.
Second
It's
leg,
the
it's
fact that
Carl to throw
Wilkinson's leg
first.
difference is
Game on.
-4. He's chasing someone who's +6.
Well, if he loses this one, then it's, well, it's pretty
58.
much home and hose for Dylan and Adam, isn't it?
Yeah, and funnily enough, it would be Adam who could put Carl away. I mean, look at that 180 from Fallon.
180.
3 points, and you couldn't get anything in between them.
No, you could have put them all inside a polo mint.
100.
Other mints are available, but they don't have holes in. Done you
85.
there, Nico.
You may have just come up with the best advertising slogan by accident all year. Other mints are available, but they haven't got holes.
No.
60.
Smash them to bits if you tried hitting them with the dart. Actually, there was this mythical thing about Alan Glazier. We've mentioned him earlier because he's got such a... well, Dylan Slevin's got just such a
140.
likeness in terms of the action. That he had a bit of cotton with a polo mint on the end and over the ball, and he hit the ball going through the mint.
40.
So
Fallon, you
I
require
had an idea
96.
of trying that. My mother was not happy. Not only on the fact that she didn't know what was going on with why I was all of a sudden into polo mints, but
88.
they were all over the living room floor in tiny pieces.
What was she saying? Oh no, the Misterons are coming from Captain Scarlet.
100.
Well,
Fallon, you
double
require
four.
8.
for 2-0 and a 13. Ooh.
No score.
Not that 13.
Carl, you require 143.
Second time in this match he's left a 1-4-3. He's determined to get one. Might get it this time. Not quite. But he's getting closer.
102. Fallon, you require 8.
Oh,
How close is this one?
No score.
Not close enough.
Carl, you
likes that
require
side of the board.
41.
And that is a very unusual miss. Especially on double 4.
9.
He really has struggled on the outer ring
Fallon, you
today, hasn't he,
require
Carl?
8.
This is still for a break
Game
throw,
shot on the
which is
second
done in
leg.
19
Fallon
darts. It
Sherrock.
brings a smile to her face. But I think intrinsically she knows that she's not playing her best. She's not having to.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Still averaging 27 per dart, and she won't be staying there.
Nope.
Which is still really good.
124.
You look at county averages and things like that. And, most players would settle for a 27, but it shows you the level
99.
that she's capable of operating at, and we've seen some very positive glimpses from Fallon this week already.
134.
Well, just to give you an indication about ladies darts in the UK, I know a lot about the county standards. If you want to be in a B squad, you want to be averaging somewhere between 18 and 20.
45.
If you're in the A squad, between 19 and 20 plus. But the elite ladies for the last 25 years
100.
are the girls who do 24 plus. So when you see ladies doing 27s, 28s, 29s, and even the odd 30, they are seen as the people who can represent their
40.
country.
Fallon, you
I had an
require
ex-girlfriend who was a very, very good
143.
county player at A level for years, and she was constantly around the 22, 23 mark, and she was an excellent player.
45.
I think we forget how far the women's game obviously follow the women's series that our very own Abigail Davis, of course, covers for PDC TV. And
59. Fallon, you require
I'm
98.
fascinated how quickly the levels have climbed from where they were.
Double 12.
86.
Another small miss, but she will be back, and she's 6-0 up on Wilkie.
She's produced our first 100-plus finish of the day as well, Paul.
Yay!
100.
That passed us
Finally.
by.
Fallon, you require 12.
Make that
Game shot on the
7-0.
third leg. Fallon
I best not
Sherrock.
say that she's the first lady to do something here today. I might start a social media meltdown.
Yeah.
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw
Oh, your
first.
agenda.
Game on.
Nothing is working for him. He's close to the exit door with 2 games to go.
137.
He won't be mathematically out, but
He's out.
I'll let you tell him. Bigger than me. I bet he's
22.
had Subway sandwiches bigger than me.
And eating them.
Other sub rolls with filling are available.
140.
They're baguettes. And you had one yesterday and had it in front of me.
60.
Not even sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. I don't think Fallon's sorry about ending the campaign for Carl
60.
Wilkinson.
I don't think you should be sorry about beating people. That's what you're here to do. And far too often these days you see people apologising for doing what they're supposed to be doing.
140. Carl, you require 164.
Better leg from Carl here. 54 and ball. He will be going for everything as well, just to try and lift his spirits
124.
and get some confidence.
That was a much better visit there. That single 4 actually was a happy accident. That is a maximum for Fallon, her second of the game. Just tapping Carl on the shoulder just before he wins the leg in 14 darts.
Yeah, best
That's
leg.
more like it.
Best leg of the match, but it's just a hold. Advantage still massively with
Fifth
Fallon.
leg, it's Fallon
Not
to
to
throw
mention
first.
food a bit more,
Game on.
but he's just stopped the double bagel.
Could have been a double bagel, yeah. Answered her on the 99 as well after the match.
97.
But this is positive. I think Abby touched on the fact that when she did return from World Series duty and played in the back end of the Women's Series, her averages were below par for her. She didn't have one above
56.
90, where already in the last couple of days we've seen some averages above 90 and hovering around 90.
32.
This is all good prep going in to next week's Worlds.
Exactly what she needs.
Yeah, she just needed some hockey time, and exhibitions are okay, but
140.
there's nothing like being in that competitive environment. Getting used to playing and being put under pressure.
If you ask me as to why she's been so successful on the hockey the last 3 years, we talked about building the perfect dart player. She'd be close to the top when it comes to focus. She has an extraordinary focus.
And form. And the fundamentals. Well, that is... I was going to say 3, 3, and 6. But that's his first 180 of the campaign.
This is for the win. Would have been for the first win of her day.
Couldn't quite dink it over the top, so Wilkinson will be back.
52.
For a break of throw.
Call you require 18.
He doesn't have any problems on double 9, and he's now within
Wilkinson.
1. No bagels here. In fact, he might recover from 3-0 down. You just don't know.
Well, he's showing some good bounce back ability, because from 3-0 down, just 27 darts to win the last 2 legs. 14 and 13.
You know they have something in American delis called an everything bagel. You ever heard of that?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, you can go to a deli and say, I'll have the everything bagel.
So everything is in it.
Pretty much. So we're going to have to think of a 4-0 victory here at the MODUS Super Series.
96.
Which is called the everything bagel.
Well, it's got everything in it, and it's got to have a 180.
It's got to have a 180, a ton plus finish,
a ball finish,
and a ton plus average.
That's an everything bagel.
Things we come up with.
60.
Well, for me, Carl needed to start in the 19s with that previous one. I can see why he didn't, because Fallon's in a pretty defensive position on 3-1-3. But still, you want to start these things and get into good habits.
Yeah.
81.
Well, if she was playing in the Worlds, of course, she would already have won the set.
10 minutes ago. But trying to win this match from this position, which is a very difficult thing to do, is going to build resilience.
Yes. Which is why we harp on about the importance of this environment.
136. Fallon, you
How good is this?
93.
Should love 2 darts at double 18. Gone the defensive route, so it's 68. Where's that?
Game.
I'll tell you where that is. It was in the 54, and the double 7 is found as well. Wilkinson's got a lot of issues, and his next game against Adam Atkinson, he's going to have to win it by a country mile if he's going to stand any chance of being in the top 2 by the end of play. But that's the first win of the day for Fallon Sherrock. It was a very decent one as well, which gave us our only, so far, high checkout of over 100 so far on Friday. But 89.91 is good enough. What will be good enough in Game 10 for Dylan Slevin? He will book his spot in the winning spot in Group C after this if he beats Danny van Trijp.
So then it was another pretty routine victory for Fallon Sherrock over Carl Wilkinson in our last match. A 4-2 victory for her in that one. She may well be out of the running to qualify for finals night, but she certainly wants to do all she can to head to Ali Pali with confidence. That 104 checkout, our first three-figure finish of the session. 2 180s, 3 180s, sorry, from her in there as well. A comfortable victory, 4 out of 10 on the outer ring as well, and that certainly means that Carl Wilkinson will need to beat Atkinson by some margin if he wants to keep the pressure on Atkinson. We can take a look at the league table then and see that Wilkinson has left himself with an awful lot to do, because even if he is able to match Atkinson on points, that leg difference is certainly in favour of Atkinson at this point. Next up though, we've got Danny van Trijp against the man at the top of the league standings on debut here at the Super Series in Dylan Slevin, and his place at finals night will be confirmed if he's to pick up the 2 points in this one. It's been a fantastic debut campaign so far. He was the winner when these two players met yesterday, and he's put in some superb performances. A 4-1 winner in this one yesterday, a 102.5 average, missing just one dart at the outer ring in a really sublime display that he kick-started with a 12-dart leg. He's without question been the standout performer on Thursday and Friday here at the Super Series. Everyone is starting to get very excited indeed about him. Can he then confirm his place at finals night with a victory in this one? Let's find out, shall we?
Yes, let's find out. Very different ends of the scale for these two. Danny is not going to be here on Saturday in his second stint here at the MODUS Super Series. But in Dylan's first stint, he has impressed everybody. This is not the time to slow down, Slevinator. You might have a very, very catchy 18 points in your future if you win your final couple of games.
First leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Version
100.
Oh, schoolboy error there from Mason.
60.
Yeah, I don't expect a version of Slevin that we had against Ciaran Teehan.
121.
I think he'd be more switched on. He's priced at 1 to 2.
140.
I think he was distracted in playing Ciaran last time out.
I do too. We had a little chat about that off air, and I believe
68.
that what he said in his interview yesterday morning about those INDO rankings, I think that's at the forefront of his mind and his ambitions
56.
at the minute. He wants to be #1 in those rankings, and when he's pitched against Ciaran Teehan here in Group C, I think that those games were probably the toughest for him.
Yeah, and the rhythm seemed to suit him in this one. He won this tie 4-1 yesterday with 102.43, 80% on the doubles, 180 and a 96
Danny requires
out.
72.
It was almost a perfect performance.
52.
More trouble on tops, but Slevin is slow out of the blocks this time.
128.
Don't miss this time, though.
Danny required 20. Game
And he
shot on
doesn't.
the first leg.
That's solid.
Danny van Trijp.
And it's interesting that we can say this at this point of the week.
Second leg, it's Dylan
17 darters.
Game
If
on.
he'd have produced that level all week,
He'd be through.
he'd have more points.
Yeah.
It's easy for us to say that, but we have enough information from the last 4.5 days to say that 88.41 is enough to get
60.
you more points than you would say be giving to your opponents.
Well, you'll be winning more matches than you were losing, that's for sure.
Maybe not
100.
against this kid, because, let's face it.
Or against Raymond Smith.
Yeah. But it would definitely occupy one of the other qualifying spots, in my opinion.
60.
And then we talk about Adam Atkinson, who's got 12 points in this group and a healthy +6 leg difference.
92.
But let me just say this once and for all. He hasn't played anywhere near his best.
He's
100.
coming across as a very reactive player, that not one of those that plays the board. He plays the opponent and just worries about doing enough and getting the job done.
98.
Thing that excites me about Saturday night potentially is that the international
96.
flavour
Dylan, you
seems to be
require 84.
continuing into the finals. It's not the home-based players we're going to dominate. We've got an Aussie in there. Looks like an Irish talent going to be there.
Game shot
1-1
the
it is.
second leg.
Thanks to that
Dylan
15
Slevin.
data. We can potentially have some English representation.
Third leg,
That's
it's
the
standing
Group B
to throw
tonight.
first. Game
Well,
on.
could be New Zealand, India, England. Take your pick.
Holland.
Yeah.
100.
Don't count out your own milk.
Big day for the Dutch.
Do you think they'll beat Argentina?
36.
Just sidebar about the football. Just getting your take on that.
Well, my knowledge of football is equal to my knowledge of quantum physics. So,
So pretty good then.
140.
yeah, you might as well ask me what the winning numbers are going to be on the Euro Millions. But
180.
I'm going to go for the Netherlands to win this evening.
Yeah, I am too. I think they can do it. I think
97.
they've got a couple of new talents in that young squad. And I don't think they have the weaknesses of, say, a Spain in their
60.
rebuild.
Danny
I think they've got a bit
require
more experience with
164.
Memphis Depay and some other young talents who are just a little bit further on in their development. And I get the feeling that they're going to beat Argentina later, but I've been very wrong
94.
before.
You've been glued to it. I've only watched the Welsh and English games. That's all I've seen.
So there's a way you can put this.
65.
The World Cup being
Danny
on.
requires 70.
It's almost streamlined everybody's search for sport. But on the direct contrast
Game
to
shot on
that,
the third leg.
we're seeing this
Danny
action
Van
here
Trijp.
because of the way that things have progressed. Streaming, additional channels like Sporty
Fourth
Stuff
leg, it's
TV,
Dylan to throw
and
first.
giving us
Game
the
on.
availability to put these guys under the lights and seeing what they can do.
Yeah, if you're a football fan, you're getting the opportunity to see
139.
players evolve in front of your very eyes, and potential players for your club, of course, Newcastle. And I should imagine all the
83.
what do they call them, the ones that go around watching the
Well, the scouts.
the scouts. There'll be a few that will be getting snapped up on the back of their performances.
180.
Slevin is losing with 100 average. Let me just put that out there. He's got 2 maximums. He hasn't missed a
44.
double. He's still 2-1 behind. Might not be for very long.
118.
I'll tell you, we'll possibly be getting picked up. That 19-year-old kid for England.
100. Dylan, you require 64.
Jude Bellingham. Yeah,
Bellingham.
they're already talking about him leaving Borussia Dortmund in the summer.
He looks a find. Well, he's obviously
Game
already
shot on the fourth
a
leg.
find.
Dylan Slevin.
Well, let me put that into perspective for you, Mace.
It's a bit like finding this kid.
He's older than Jude Bellingham.
Yeah.
He's
Fifth leg,
older
it's
than
Danny
him.
to throw
And he's a
first.
whippersnapper.
Game on.
That puts it into the category of ridiculous that Jude Bellingham is that good.
83.
And we're waxing lyrical about Dylan Slevin, and he's older than him.
A year older.
135.
Bellingham can do this.
I wouldn't be shocked if he could. Lots of footballers love their
83.
darts for good reason. We see a few of them come to the World Championship in the winter, seeing lots of different Spurs players
85.
in the past and some Arsenal players turn up in North
Harry
London.
Kane's been, hasn't he? Harry Kane.
I don't know if Harry Kane's been.
125.
I'm actually welcoming a new friend of mine from this year. Ryder Cup at Ross Fisher's coming to the Worlds with his caddy.
134.
And a few of the other caddies are coming along. That'll be fun to meet them again. I think we're going to be seeing Dylan at the Palace at some point in the next 5 years.
46. Dylan,
But
you require
not too
147.
quickly. He's going to pace himself over the next few years, which is the right thing to do.
Well, he's got to look at someone like King Barry and his evolution and development.
59.
If that's his muse,
Dylan, you require
it's the right one.
164.
Temperament, rhythm, exciting, potential.
42.
Far worse than
Dylan, you
replicate what he's
require
done so
88.
far. And he is far from the finished article.
Double 18.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He's not the finished
Dylan
article.
Slevin.
But boy, he's still very polished. 3-2 up. And one leg away now from winning the group.
Well, the response has
6th
been
leg, it's Dylan to throw
brilliant. It was
first.
a 17-dart
Game
hold
on.
from Danny in leg 1. A 15-dart reply with the 84 out. Then a 15 from Danny, and then a 12 and a 15 from this man.
137.
So from nowhere, take control of the match. He's averaging 101. He's 3 out of 3 on the doubles.
60. $96.
He's a special talent.
80.
Telling you. He doesn't get distracted or fall out of love with the game.
I think he's past the age where he can be distracted by certain things. He's growing into a young man who
140.
knows that he's got this ability, and that there's this maybe once in a lifetime chance for him to change his life for the
60.
better,
Dylan, you
courtesy of the
require
sport he loves.
128.
He's just got everything. You know, most kids of 20 years of age would be thinking,
96.
I'm thinking about the average. I'll go out on the ball and.
I think most 20-year-olds are thinking, I wonder what I'm going to do on Friday night.
65.
Dylan's thinking, what am I going to be doing on
Dylan, you
Saturday night?
require 32.
I'll tell you what you're going to be doing tomorrow night, Dylan. You're going to be playing with us in the MODUS Super Series in the finals of week 7. Does he want double 9? You bet he did.
Shots, and
Aggressive,
the match,
measured,
Dylan Slevin.
and through. That is the best word you can say to someone in Group C, and a Group C winner he is. He's brilliant, and he's going to be here for another game before we finish today against Adam Atkinson, and that might have a massive effect on his qualification as well. There's another mint game from Dylan, 99.5, and the doubles were excellent as well, but no ton plus outs. We've only had one today. We've got 1/3 of our action to come, and Ciaran Teehan will take on Fallon Sherrock, 2 players from the bottom of the table after this short break.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where this man has just booked his place in finals night. He joins Raymond Smith and he'll be in action on Saturday evening from 10 p.m. You can come and join us and book your tickets via dartshop.tv. Dylan, what an incredible debut campaign you have had here in Group C. When we saw you arrive, we thought you might have been a little overawed by the occasion. Not at all. You settled so quickly. Were there any nerves at all?
No, just more nervous about doing the interview with Paul now. That was more nerve-wracking than playing down there. So.
And we've seen what you can do in terms of Irish darts. We saw what you did at the Irish Open on that run to the final. Of course, the quarterfinals of the World Youth Championship as well. We know what you can produce. Are you capable of producing this level on a really consistent basis? Is that the main thing you've been working on?
Trying, yeah, but it's just, I just take it game by game, and if they click, they click, and if my doubles go in, they go in, and if they don't, they don't. That's just the way I look at it.
And talk about your mindset coming into today, because yesterday you were somewhat of an unknown quantity playing at the Super Series. We weren't sure what to expect. We quickly learnt what to expect from you, and that was that consistency and a very high standard. Coming into today, though, did you feel any pressure on you at the top of the table?
Yeah, because the past few weeks, there was some people on top, and then all of a sudden they took a turn for the worse. So I was hoping that wouldn't have been me. So, and thankfully it's not.
And playing in this environment, in this group setup, where if something goes wrong, you haven't got long to rectify things and come back and play. Have you found that quite beneficial, and have you learnt quite a bit playing in this format?
Yeah, it's a quick format, first to four. If you're not throwing well at the start, you're going to struggle to try and win. So what I just tried to do is just get out of the traps early and just win my game.
And you're through 2 finals now. Are you someone who's going to thrive playing in front of a big crowd tomorrow?
Yeah, I like playing on the stage, yeah.
And just talk to me about Irish darts a bit as well, because it is thriving at the moment, isn't it, in both the men's and the women's?
Yeah, sure. Ciaran, we've Conor Heenahan, he plays here, and Katie Sheldon as well. There's a load of good Irish throwers. Dave Concannon are #1 in Ireland, so like we've good dart throwers over in across the water. So hopefully they get picked out and come play here someday.
Absolutely, and the likes of Willie O'Connor, Keane Barry as well, of course, who we see in action quite regularly. Are they the type of players you've always looked up to, the likes of Willie O'Connor?
Yeah, Willie, Keane. Look up to Adrian Lewis now playing darts. But yeah, I want to get where the boys are, Willie and Keane and all of them. So.
Well, we've certainly seen from you this week that you are more than capable of doing just that. Best of luck in finals night. You do, of course, have one more match to play here as well this afternoon, so best of luck for that one. But for now, it is Ciaran Teehan up against Fallon Sherrock. Let's tuck into this one.
Thanks, Abby. That was tremendous to hear from young Dylan. What a future he's got, potentially, alongside the likes of Ciaran Teehan, who's not having his week, but speaking as well as he can about how healthy Irish darts is right now. I have to say, for quite a few years, we didn't have a great deal of Irish representation in the PDC Tour, with likes of Mick McGowan and Willie O'Connor was just coming through maybe 11, 12 years ago. But the amount of people coming through now, it is just extraordinary, and it's great to see.
Yeah, well, it has a fabulous history.
First leg, it's Ciaran to throw first.
Of course,
game on.
Going as far back as the late, great Tom Kirby. John McGowan, of course.
137.
He was the last person to beat you in a world championship, wasn't he?
Cool, you've got it in for me, Paul, haven't you? Now food on to losing to the oldest man to ever win a match at the Worlds. Yeah, that was my swan song. That's enough for me, thanks.
But then again, by John McGowan standards,
85.
You've probably got another 12 years.
Yeah, at least.
Exactly. He was at 9 daughters in his 60s.
Yeah.
60.
Making semi-finals of UK Opens in his 60s.
Yeah, he's a fabulous player. Lovely man. Of course.
140.
All the way back, Jack McKenna was famously on the end of the Paul Lim 9.
When we talk about
140.
Irish darts,
Ciaran,
and we also talk about Northern Irish
139.
darts, Has it ever been stronger?
I don't think so. Not with the
99. Fallon, you
It was very
require
much a-
164.
older fellas game, really. It wasn't. Yeah, it was.
42.
But in terms
Kieran, you
of the
require
youth,
40.
I can't remember it as healthy. I mean, there's some great players that have, for whatever.
Game
people
shot on the
like Colin
first
McGarry
leg. Ciaran
from up the
Teehan.
north. I mean, a wonderful, wonderful player.
He's he's earned me a few bragging rights this
Second
year,
leg, it's
actually,
Fallon to
Colin
throw
McGarry. He's a good
first.
friend of mine
Game
from
on.
years back.
Fine golfer as well, isn't
Oh,
he?
yeah. Never played golf with him because I don't want to lose any money. But people were saying to me earlier
99.
this year, who do you fancy to really come through in the World Seniors? And I said, do you know who Colin McGarry is? And he said, oh, no. I said, are you kidding me? Do you realise how good he is without even
125.
practicing? If he practices, he can do bits. And what did he do? Go and do? Yeah, he did bits. Great guy.
90.
Great player. I played him in the final of one of the
134.
sort of pre-tournament events in the seniors, and we had an amazing game. He averaged over 100 against me. It went all the way. I
100.
just managed to nick it, but even on the back of that, I mean, he's always been a great player, and I thought, "Phew, he's going to do bits in this."
60.
And he didn't have to wait too long.
Fallon's got this game and a
100.
game against Danny van Trijp to finish her campaign in Group C. Ciaran's got to finish things up against Carl Wilkinson, but you fear that that will be a dead rubber.
85.
You actually
Fallon, you
forget how
require
many
112.
fabulous dart players from Northern Ireland there's been. Steve Brennan, the one who pulled off that amazing, shocking beat in Bristow.
38.
Kevin Burness,
Kieran,
a
you
player that's
require
done amazing
97.
things here.
Jeff
Gavin
Wiley.
Carlin, Jeff Wiley. I played him in the Worlds. Great friend. Neil Duff, the current world champion. Brendan Dolan, Ray Farrell, Darryl Gurney,
85.
Ray Farrell for
Fallon, you
years.
require
Mickey
74.
Mansell, Felix Mabrerity, the cat.
Oh, yeah, we love talking about Felix.
Fred McMullen, another great Irish,
34.
Northern Irish player. And of course,
Kieran, you require
Right,
12.
from that side of things all the way to this with Josh Rock, Nathan Rafferty and Dylan Slevin.
Game shot on the second
Yeah,
leg.
really, what a-
Ciaran Teehan.
What a time to be an Irish dart player, but this is a bit of a surprise. Averaging
Third leg, it's
94,
Ciaran to throw first.
15
Game
and
on.
17.
Fallon's win yesterday was 4 legs to 1 against Ciaran.
100.
91.32 the average. Fallon knows how to win with this kind of average that Ciaran's putting in.
140.
What do you think's been missing today from Fallon's game? Because she looks more comfortable.
Yeah,
she doesn't look as chilly.
I don't think anything really. I just think, for some players, and
25.
it's huge for her, of course. Her mind will be, her mind is probably half here and half thinking about next week, and just
45.
where her game is, and maybe she'll be experimenting with a few things, just to get ready.
If I was to give her one piece of advice
Going
into that first round against Ricky Evans, it would be no smiles until the end.
83.
Make that focus laser-like, because the crowd will be behind you. You're going to be up against somebody who's very quick, who might draw you into a
85.
too quick rhythm. Play your game and just go into your bubble and make it impenetrable.
Well, I don't feel it'd be right. I've mentioned the ones from
59.
North.
Kieran, you
without
require
mentioning the
111.
Southern Irish players, and there's been plenty. One of the very originals, Tommy O'Regan.
44.
John O'Shea, of course, will be taking his place in the Worlds. Another Cork man, or another man from Cork, Jack O'Barry.
Yeah, Jacko made some good runs at the
60.
Grand Prix.
Kieran,
didn't
you
he?
require
Finian.
67.
Finnan, Killian Hefferman, William O'Connor, Jack McKenna, Mick McGowan,
35.
Martin Heenan, of course.
Fallon,
who
you
we've
require
also seen
114.
at the Super Series.
Forget about Killian Heffernan,
Keith-
really.
Keith Rooney, he was one of the
yeah.
youngsters that we thought may have
Game shot on the
Kicked
third
on as
leg.
Fallon
Fallon
gets
Sherrock.
the second ton plus out of the day.
Well, apparently she's going to be the only person to get them.
Fourth leg, it's Fallon to
That's
throw
114
first.
and
Game on.
104, so bring on 124.
Yes, all the fours.
Yeah, Keith Rooney, hell of a player.
Yeah, he-
60.
Very tall.
well, he was taken under the wing of Phil Taylor, wasn't he?
I think he might be about as tall as Ciaran.
He
95.
was a big lad. And of course, the two young Irish lady players in Robin Byrne and
140.
Katie Sheldon flying the flag for women's Irish darts right now.
137.
I did get north and
41.
south slightly confused. My apologies. One of those as well that
102.
really is a player that I love to watch because of the fundamentals and the action is Steve Lennon.
Gorgeous thrower, isn't he?
Oh, it's just a
180.
Thing
Kieran,
of
you
beauty,
require
as that Max
167.
was. And there's the 57. Oh, doesn't find the trouble 20 for ball. So Fallon,
102.
80 after
Fallon, you
12, a
require
chance to level.
80.
Very well thrown singles.
60.
Got the
Kieran,
third
you
one, just
require
catches the flight, just like you
65.
said. Got to be ball. And it
Game shot
is.
on the
He gets it in
fourth
2
leg.
darts.
Ciaran Teehan.
Sometimes that happens when you get a bounce out on dart 1. You just got to go to plan B. And this time, it worked.
Fifth leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on. $100.
That kind of thing happens when it's not been your day. Now, it hasn't been Fallon's day, and it hasn't been Kieran's week.
100.
Going along quite nicely, and he's done this a few times this week where he's just pulled one out of the fire with a really solid performance. And he's doing it here. That's his second max. He's averaging 95.15.
Did I ever tell you about my Danny Knockett story?
No.
We played each other in Dublin, and it was the first time we'd ever met in a match, and we had a really good game. Danny was just on the way up, and I was,
105.
I suppose, on the way down, but we met in the middle. We had a corker. 5-5. He's on 64 after 12. I'm on 68
81.
after 12. I've got the
Kieran,
shot.
you require 116.
Go for 68. Bounce out. 18 hit. Bounce out off the ball. He takes 64 at the third dart. It reduced me to
60.
tears.
Yeah, that's harsh. Only memory of something similar was the 9 dart was a rollover prize. It was up to £4,800. I hit one, and then I had a cheer within 30 seconds as Alex Roy hit one. We had to split the
Kieran, you
night.
require
Ooh.
56.
Double top incoming for Teehan for a win. It'll be his first win of the day.
36.
Yeah, that was actually at the
Fallon,
City
you
West when we
require
used to have the 2
52.
Pro Tour events prior to the Grand Prix. Oh, beauty. Always goes that
Game
way.
shot on the fifth leg.
And that's
Fallon
the second
Sherrock.
time she has found the 52 in this Group B campaign with
Sixth leg, it's
36
Fallon to
double
throw
eight.
first. Game on.
2 more legs for Sherrock, and it will maintain bottom position for Teehan in
99.
Group C before the end. But I love that story about the 9 darter in Dublin because it reminds me of Coventry in March 2009.
44.
Freezing cold venue. Mervyn King's in a hoodie playing. Hits a 9 darter for £4,000. Nobody else hits one that day.
42.
Raymond van Barneveld hit one the next morning for £400. Merv's smile. It was a bit like Jeremy Clarkson when he just
100.
sits there smugly.
Yeah, the cat that got the cream. Remember, it was
100.
it had rolled for a while, and it was over 10,000. Pretty sure it was Colin Lloyd that hit one. I missed one.
140.
I missed the double 12 for it. And I think on the same day, Colin Lloyd hit one.
It's got to be staying on the 60 there, unfortunately, because of the position. The only other switch she really had was the bullseye. Which means that Teehan's got a chance to close this one out again.
137.
Again, great approach play. What can Fallon follow it with? Well, a max is perfect.
120. Ciaran, you require
it's 120
80.
floor.
Tens. And bust.
No score. Fallon, you require 80.
And Fallon find what Ciaran could not.
Well, this gives the 80 a different look.
He can't believe it.
40.
I think that was
Ciaran, you
in
require
response to
80.
hitting the flight the last time she had 80.
Absolutely. And I don't think she could see that much of it. Well, what can go wrong is going wrong. That's a great recovery.
70.
Notice how we went high
Fallon,
on that
you
shot there,
require
trying to
40.
stay away from double 15. It didn't work.
Game
And we're
shot
level
the
at
sick play.
3-3.
Fallon Sherrock.
One leg shootout for 2 points between these two. I'm finding this one very entertaining. The averages are very decent. 80 at
Ciaran
Sherrock,
to throw first.
90
Game
Teehan.
on.
We've had 3 maximums. Enough misses in it to make drama. Good game.
100.
50% on the doubles for Fallon, a 114, a 180, 3 140s. Ciaran, couple of 180s, couple of 140s, 12
99.
scores between a ton and 139. That is doubling. Could improve.
Now I'm seeing enough from Sherrock
46.
where she can worry Ricky Evans. If not, beat him at Ali Pali. But she's got this game, the rest of it.
140.
She might just sneak it for a 4th point of the day to keep Teehan on 0 for the day. And she's also got a game against Danny van Trijp to come in a couple of games'
99.
time. If she walks away with 6 points today, I think she'll feel pretty good about herself.
So she should. And we do know that
60.
Fallon is one of those players that does respond on that Ali Pali stage, and we do tend to see her produce some of her best
140.
stuff. She's not frightened to win.
96. Ciaran, you require 116.
If Teehan can win. Double top.
96.
Now it's a chance
Fallon,
for
you
Sherrock to
require
break.
106.
Well, this would be the 3rd ton plus of the day, and Fallon would have hit them all.
The line was perfect, just under pitched.
66.
So he's back to the
Ciaran, you
nemesis
require
double,
20.
which he missed 2 very different ways in the previous leg. This time it's hit,
and
it's 1-1 between those two over the last couple of days. And finally, Ciaran Teehan gets off the mark. I feel like I've said that 3 times this week. In fact, I have said it 3 times this week. It was a good game between those two. I'd gladly watch them have some more battles this week. But unfortunately, they won't because they're both eliminated from Group C. When we come back, it's going to be a battle of Atkinson and Wilkinson. And it's going to be best of 7 once again.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Ciaran Teehan has just picked up his first win of the day, coming through in a last leg decider to get the better of Fallon Sherrock in that one. Teehan really struggled to perform at the standard we know he's capable of this week, but he should take some encouragement from elements of his Group A and C performances. Fallon Sherrock, the only player to hit a 3-figure outshot in this afternoon's session, and she's now hit 2 with that 114 to go with the 104 from earlier on. A really good encounter given that both players are already out of contention, but this next match should be a cracker. It's very simple for Adam Atkinson. He needs 2 legs from this one to join Dylan Slevin at finals night. 2 legs required from him. Carl Wilkinson, though, was the 4-0 winner yesterday when these two met, despite missing 8 darts at a double. What he'd give for that same scoreline in this one to keep his hopes alive. Adam enhancing his chances in his last match, coming through in a decider, a really edgy last leg in that one. He needs just 2 legs then in this one to book his place in finals night. Will he be able to do just that? Let's hand back over to Nico and Mason, find out.
Yes, thanks, Abby. It's a really interesting dynamic that Adam has now. It's not a win he needs to guarantee that spot in finals night. It's just legs. Does that change his mindset, Mace? Because he's almost got himself into Grand Slam territory now.
Yeah, what does he need? 2?
2 legs, and he's there. And it's all because of the leg difference between himself and Carl. There's a difference of 12.
Wow.
So it's going to be the northeast of England versus Yorkshire. They don't live that far from each other. They're probably about 90 to 120 minutes apart at most.
Well, Carl actually won this tie yesterday, 4-0.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Adam, the 8
Game
to
on.
15 favourite, which for me is a bit of a dodgy favourite. 11 to 8 about Carl, and he'll be playing with relative freedom. This man, if he gets the 2 legs, does he then take his eye off the ball
55.
and just in relief will go through the motions?
He's not going to win the group.
No.
Slevin's won that, so
97.
What you could
This is where, in
potentially-
terms of the betting, people get it. They don't look at the scenario and the situation.
for me, I think what we've got with Adam is somebody who is constantly learning about where he stands with his game. The way he's been able to plot his way
60.
through this week is incredibly admirable. He's shown a level of patience that you would get from the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, I would have thrown my toys out the pram
59.
on probably 8 or 9 occasions by now. My head would have fallen off, but he's just stuck in there, and he doesn't worry about winning ugly. He just gets the job done. Like I said, he's very reactive, plays what's in front of him, does enough to win.
97.
It's an interesting phrase you just used there, winning ugly. Because I made an observation about footballers over the last couple of weeks.
100.
When I was growing up, I never used to do my hair for the pitch.
Yeah,
Why did they do that now?
yeah, it is remarkable. They even go and have a fresh
60.
shave, and I bet they even wear aftershave when they're.
No.
Yeah, they do.
No, I can't condone that. You're running around doing maybe 12 kilometres, maybe
100.
even more. And you're smelling like...
Smelling of Creed. Happens to be my favourite. If anybody like to buy me a bottle for Christmas, thanks.
I don't know how wealthy our viewers are.
99. Carl, you require 145.
I may get a bottle of high karate.
That's the
29.
Epitome of class.
That's
Adam,
what
you
you're going to
require
get if you carry on talking about
130.
food.
Which means I'm going to keep talking about it because I like high karate. Treble 20.
94.
It's another
Carl, you
really
require
nice setup.
116.
We've only had 2 ton plus finishes all day. 2, and they've both come from Fallon Sherrock.
60.
I'm
Adam,
mystified.
you require 36.
What about latest darts? Bo Greaves is through to the quarterfinals.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yet
Adam Atkinson.
to drop a leg.
That's in the World Masters, right?
Yeah.
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game
Atkinson is 50% of the way there.
Yeah, one more needed.
100.
Well, one thing Carl was saying to me yesterday morning was that his form has been up and down. He started pretty well on Thursday morning, but things just seem to have slipped away since then.
Yeah, I think he's very much a player.
32.
We're all guilty of doing it, but he really does. He's one of those confident type players. He can be reactive in a bit of a negative
60.
way. You can see it there. He's almost, oh, here we go again. Can't find the red bit. You just sometimes have to reset and go again. And reset and go again, reset and go again.
Darts is not just about, in fact, sport is not just about training it physically. You've got to train your mind to get the most out of it. If you are someone who constantly looks at the negatives,
140.
just don't accept the fact that that's the way you're going to be forever. You can change that.
Well, you can reach a certain level in terms of ability. You can sometimes give yourself another 10% because listen, sports psychology has never been bigger. It's never been more influential on sport in general, from every aspect. You would think in
97.
more of, sort of like boxing, which is a physical sport, but it's, you know, you still got to have the mentality. Football, golf, you know.
Look what it's done for Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, Steve Peters.
180.
Yeah,
Can you require 104?
Genius.
Tom Plus checker number 3.
72.
Well, no. Ronnie originally brought in Ray Reardon, didn't he? Just for that calming influence, and then I think it may have been Ray that maybe advised him.
Double 12.
45.
Not yet.
Carl, you require 32.
Surely.
Game
He
shot
gets
the
there.
second leg.
There's a wry smile as if to
Wilkinson.
say, here we go again. Yeah, Ronnie used to be a big fan of darts, but recent interviews he said is
Third leg, it's Adam to
not
throw
very
first.
good now that
Game on.
Phil Taylor doesn't play. Well, obviously absolutely nothing against Phil because he, well, basically has created this monster through his incredible
26.
performances over the years and records and world championships, but I don't think the game's ever been better, whether you work
48.
this side of the fence or as a fan.
It's not as good without Phil. It's better.
Yeah.
Because we don't have that massive legendary figurehead anymore that we've been very beneficial of
100.
over the last 30 years.
And
but
thankful and grateful.
absolutely, everyone's grateful for what Phil's done for us and the sport, but
137.
the effect of him is better.
Yeah. Well, that every sport. I was looking into this over the years that every sport needs that standout performer to get
140.
eyes on the sport, different eyes.
Let me put it to you this way. How good is golf now because of Tiger Woods?
Yeah. And it's
60.
mainly good because of the eyes put on the sport, but now it's better because you don't know who's going to win,
Absolutely.
and you certainly wouldn't put your right hand on MVG, who's favourite to win the world.
123.
You know, yeah, he's favourite, but you wouldn't sort of go, well, no one else is going to win it.
We talk about players who change the game. They don't have to be those legendary
100.
figures. And
Anthony
I've got a one
Mackay,
for you in the next leg, and
112.
I love talking about this. I won't talk about it very long, promise. But first, we have to focus on the fact that Adam Atkinson is now 92 points away from Saturday night. But it's still 89 with a dart in hand. Make no mistake, Carl Wilkinson
80.
can still
Carl
qualify,
Mackay, 156.
but he is going to have to bring back the biggest comeback that we've maybe ever seen in any group
58.
in the last 2 years. This is how dire his situation
32.
is. Especially with Atkinson now. with 3 darts at double 16. He hasn't won the match yet, but what he has done is qualify alongside Dylan Slevin, and our 2 players from Group C to join Raymond Smith will be Slevin and Atkinson. His hit rate in making Saturdays with us remains at 100%.
58.
So my example of people who changed the game is Colin Kaepernick, very famous quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, and is known best for taking the knee.
125.
Forget about that. That's a very different matter. His mobility as a quarterback
100.
when he joined as a second string quarterback for the 49ers and took him to the Super Bowl and basically took the number 1 spot as the quarterback from, I think it was Alex Smith, if I remember rightly.
135.
All of a sudden, all of the college quarterbacks started running out of the pocket and making themselves more mobile. Now look at Patrick Mahomes. Look at all of the different quarterbacks you got doing what he did 10 years ago. He was a game changer, not just for taking the knee, but for what he did on the field.
Yeah, well, Eric Bristow was the first one, and in darts, and you got to think of Jack in snooker,
100.
In golf, and then obviously Reardon and Davis. But there was an athlete called Ed Moses.
400-meter hurdler.
Yeah,
he was extraordinary.
He won 107 consecutive finals and 122 consecutive races. Now, what that did, very much like with Taylor's era, people would tune in to see if he's either going to lose or if he's going to win again. That puts different eyes on the sport. Muhammad Ali, same thing.
101.
When did he lose, Edwin Moses? Was it the 88 Olympics?
Yeah, I think it was.
Because he won the 87 Worlds. Like, in a great race, I believe.
130.
Memory serves me right. But I love watching Edwin
40.
Moses.
Yeah, he was one of those that
Game shot on the
they look unbeatable.
Adam Atkinson.
And again, that just brings in, it's a bit like boxing.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
You've got an element of hardcore fans, and then, very much like darts, you've got your casuals that watch out of maybe curiosity or interest. But it all brings eyes on the sport. And once you've had that moment in time where, and that's why
85.
I think we get the massive crowds that we get now.
96.
Yeah, athletics is one of my passions. I love watching it, as well as my beloved sport of darts. And the 400-meter hurdles actually is one of my favourite events, especially at the minute with Karsten Warholm, Norwegian
100
runner, and his fellow countryman Jakob Ingebrigtsen, who is extraordinary. I just love how Norway
100
is actually starting to get these huge superstars like Erling Haaland and these athletes and some other people. And nations are starting to make their presence felt in different sports. And Ireland's doing it with darts now.
140.
The way that maybe the Netherlands was in the 90s. We're starting to see more participation from different countries. It's just so
59.
exciting. Atkinson has shown no remorse for Wilkinson's chances of having a comeback today. And with 1 round of matches left, we have half of our field for Saturday. How do you rate his chances?
100.
Well, again, the beauty of this sport, it gives us numbers, doesn't it? And his numbers currently don't stack up against those of Ray Smith
Adam
or
requires 76.
Dylan Slevin. I'm not sure, this may have been a bit early for you. I was, again, fascinated by athletics. My sister was actually involved with athletics. She high jumped for England.
Game, shot,
Zalesny.
and the match.
Remember that name?
Adam Atkinson.
He threw a mean javelin. And so does Adam Atkinson, because he's won by 4 legs to 1. He's got himself to 8 points for the day. And it's going to be a battle of the undefeated players in the final round. So someone's going to have a very perfect day. Will it be Adam Atkinson or Dylan Slevin in match 14? but he is going to join Dylan in Saturday night, courtesy of that 4-1 victory and one of his best performances of the week. Mid-90s and 50% on the checkouts is excellent at this stage. When we come back, it will be Fallon Sherrock against Danny van Trijp, and we will send them on their way to Ali Pali after that.
So then, Adam Atkinson has become the third player to book his spot in finals night. He joins Ray Smith and Dylan Slevin in Saturday night's finals night after coming through a 4-1 winner over Carl Wilkinson in that last match. Atkinson needed just 2 legs in that one to book his spot in finals night, and there were no nerves at all as he got it done with relative ease. A 94.2 average in that one, and just like Dylan Slevin, he's now won all 4 of his games today. They face each other a little later on in our penultimate game to determine who will have the perfect day. 50% checkout success in that one from Adam Atkinson. A really, really decent display from him. Carl Wilkinson, of course, that does eliminate him from the race. We can have a look at the league standings then. Confirmation that it's Slevin and Atkinson through to finals night. Slevin on 16 points, Atkinson 14. Slevin, of course, with the chance to top the group when those two meet a little bit later on. Look at that leg difference, 22. He's already done just that. What am I talking about? Slevin, of course, topping the group, 22 leg difference, 16 points at the moment. But he goes through with Adam Atkinson. Fallon Sherrock against Danny van Trijp up next. Nothing to play for in this one, aside from determining who will finish in 4th place. Of course, they both want to end their campaign with confidence as well, to head to the Alexandra Palace in confident spirits. Danny, the 4-0 winner when the two met yesterday, with one of his most clinical and focused displays of the week. Fallon missing all 5 attempts at a double in that match. Who's going to round off their campaign with the victory then? Let's find out and hand back over to our comms team.
Thanks, Abby. Let's have a little look at the two people who are going to the Palace then. We're about to send them on their way, and they'd love to leave with a little bit Bit of sweetness, a little cherry on top. I know that they haven't qualified for Saturday, but good reps this week and valuable confidence still out there to be grabbed.
Yeah, match time, stage time. Say, Abby's looking rather Irish today. Is that a coincidence?
First leg, it's Fallon to throw
I really
first.
like what she's wearing today. I like a bit of that kind of pattern.
Unlike a few of our creepy viewers.
Let's talk a little bit about Fallon Sherrock, because she's going to play on Tuesday, the 20th of December. So a week on Tuesday,
70.
plenty of time to get ready. And I feel it's very important for her to keep playing between now and then constructively. Have a couple of rest days maybe, but
100.
make sure that the practice is done ahead of that match. She's playing third on that Tuesday session in
90.
the night session, and she's going to be on the same time in the same practice room as Rim van Barneveld, Jamie Hughes, Jimi Hendrix, who won one of the qualifiers in Europe, Sebastian Białowski and Jim Williams. And it's the kind of practice room that's going to be very quiet.
41.
Yeah,
Fallon, you
wouldn't
require
surprise me if she ends up
164.
practicing with Jim Williams. They'll know each other very well, of course.
Do you know what I think she's going to do?
78.
Because a lot of people out there might not know what it's like in the practice room. They have a sectioned off area for the players only who are on in that session, and there's another couple of boards
140.
outside.
Fallon, you require
So if you want to
86.
socialise and feel a bit more atmosphere, you can go there.
Game shot
Great
on the
start for
first
Fallon in
leg.
14
Fallon
darts.
Sherrock.
That's exactly what she needs. But I think she'll stay on the public side with the
Yep.
guests
Second
and
leg, it's
bring
Danny to
somebody
throw
with her
first.
to
Game
practice.
Yeah, she's more than welcome to do that. It's whatever works for you and whatever makes you feel the most comfortable. Massively experienced now, of
140.
course. So over the years, what's worked for Fallon, she'll just try and
96.
repeat. But this kind of preparation is invaluable, because she has been playing, but not necessarily in this
140.
kind of environment, and this is just perfect for her.
That's for Danny van Trijp. The session before her on the 19th of December.
31.
He's up against Steve Beaton, and he will be in the practice room with Geert Nentjes, Leonard Gates, Richie Edhouse, David Cameron, and Gezi Price.
87.
It's got an international feel to it. There's a few big personalities in there.
Yes, there are.
78.
I was just
Danny
recently
require
reading that Leonard Gates
134.
was well involved in baseball. wasn't
Yeah, he was in the minor leagues,
94.
nicknamed Soldier.
he? What would the minor leagues be in sort of like football in terms of sort of division?
41. Danny require
League One.
40.
Wow, decent standard.
Maybe
there.
Game
towards
shot on the
championship.
second leg.
That's
Danny
better
van
than
Trijp.
championship. That's actually better than the first leg. We've gone 14-13, and you wouldn't think that these two aren't
Third
qualifying with
leg, it's
darts
Fallon
like
to
that.
throw first. Game on. $60.
Yeah, I mean, this would be perfect preparation. Me personally, the sort of the month before a Worlds, I wouldn't be doing exhibitions or. I mean, there was nothing like this around.
177.
If this was around, then I probably would have opted to play in it, because it is as close to you're going to get.
You know what I did before my first World Championship?
40.
Well, I came to the Grand Slam, played there, went to Germany, played there. When I came back to England, I stayed in Littlehampton, not too far from here actually. I stayed in a pub
140.
for 5 days. So I had 2 days of solid practice, and I hit it hard, 7-8 hours a day, breaking it up with lots of
140.
fresh sea air. Then I had an exhibition with Russell Stewart one night. He went his own way, and I stayed there for an extra couple of days
42.
again, because I was practicing so well. I thought, I don't want to move anywhere. I want to stay here. It worked. I had a really good championship.
60. Danny
And that's
require
what's key. It's finding
142.
what works for you as an individual. One size doesn't fit all in darts.
I didn't really get a practice partner that week because the
93.
person who was closest for practice was Adrian Gray, and he was my World Championship opponent, so it's probably not the right idea.
No.
97. Danny Uruguay, 49.
To continue this really good standard. That was a big miss.
29. Fallon
At
Uruguay,
17.
Well, we know what
104.
Fallon can do with 104.
That makes things a bit tricky. Maybe the treble 20, double 13 route was better.
56. Danny Uruguay, 20.
Double 5. Oh dear.
No score. Fallon Uruguay, 48.
Double 16.
16.
She's had mixed fortunes on that double
Danny
over the last
Uruguay,
couple of days.
20.
That double 5 and double 10.
No score. Fallon Uruguay,
And double top.
32.
I've seen a lot of attention for Danny van Trijp. One of the reasons why he's in the
Game shot on
basement
the third leg.
of this
Fallon
table is
Sherrock.
because he's missed them too many times, and Sherrock somewhat embarrassingly takes that leg away to lead
Fourth leg,
2-1.
it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, these are the situations where
45.
if you had the opportunity, like in boxing, to speak to your trainer in between rounds, you'd sort of
140.
think about this in the scenario of where you've gone 2-1 up in a set. It's not been pretty. But
140.
really push for this breaker throw, or try and win a round.
Would you be for a rule change when
100.
it comes to breaks in darts matches in big environments where they can speak to a coach or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't
43.
think it would be too complex to build, because at the back of stage there is a holding area that's got 2 dartboards in it, and a
57.
toilet very close by. If they separated that off and you were allowed to go in there and speak to an
140.
advisor, a sports psychologist, your manager, your anything.
Well, they're allowed to do it in snooker.
Yeah.
140.
See 'em in the
Danny
breaks, they
Uruguay,
do it, don't they?
133.
They have their own dressing room. Dart players might get a little bit of a table.
57. Fallon Uruguay, 64.
They do get their own dartboard. Things have changed. Actually, they get their own table on stage these days. Things have changed.
Yeah, I know. You get a
48.
separate drink table.
Danny
You used to have
Uruguay,
to scooch
Was that-
your
76.
darts case on the right side of the table.
Was that another one of the COVID things, having separate tables,
That's
maybe?
one of the good things that happened.
36.
I'm scratching for
Fallon Uruguay,
positive things that happened through
16.
COVID. Super Series was one of them.
Yes.
Game shot on the fourth
3-1
leg.
Sherrock.
Fallon
She's trying
Sherrock.
to get things back on track.
Well, that was the response we were both looking for after an indifferent leg 3.
Fifth leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
You've got your
Game
opponent on the ropes. He's beginning to feel it. Kick. Go for it. Push. Force. Make something happen.
180.
And that was probably the easiest 180 she's hit all day. There was no jerk, no force, no lurch at all. That was easy.
140.
No, she's had a good 180 count.
I don't know about you, but I started getting a bit
100.
excited there.
Well, she's done it before, hasn't she? In the Super Series, gone very close to the 9. It was the
84.
Live League. We were discussing that with Fallon, and all smiling about those great memories.
140.
The postman, the dog, Rory climbing over the fence, the cat poking its head down the stairs, and
60.
looking through the
Fallon
gap in the
Uruguay,
banister.
81.
They were the days. Well, right now it's double 18.
was for an 11.
That
Game,
is a
shot,
12.
And the match.
And that is a win
Fallon
by
Sherrock.
4 legs to 1. She goes to the Palace from the Super Series with a win. So Danny van Trijp leaves us, and he will finish in the bottom 2 in the table. As for Sherrock, she will finish in 4th position because she has got her way up towards where Carl Wilkinson is. She might even finish in 3rd, depending on what happens with Wilkinson in Game 15. As for Dylan Slevin and Adam Atkinson, They will now do battle to see who's undefeated today, because both of them have 8 points. It's coming right up.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Fallon Sherrock has just rounded off her Group C campaign with a comprehensive 4-1 victory over Danny van Trijp. A 14-dart hole to take an early lead, leg 3 dragging the averages down a bit, and not a true reflection of the best part of that performance. Rounding off her campaign with a 12-dart leg on double 9, 4 out of 9 on the outer ring, and plenty of positives for Fallon to take from that performance. So then our penultimate match of this session, it's Dylan Slevin up against Adam Atkinson. And it will determine who has the perfect day here at the Super Series. Both players winning all 4 of their matches so far today. Adam Atkinson, the only player to have beaten Dylan Slevin here at the Super Series. A 4-3 win yesterday morning in a really enjoyable match. Atkinson, aided by a big 1-5-6 checkout, was 4 out of 7 on the outer ring in that one, despite Slevin boasting the higher average in the match. So then, who's going to have the Lou Reed, the perfect day here at the Super Series? Let's hand back to Nico and Mace to find out.
Yeah, let's find out. Why not? Because Slevin has been just as, if not more impressive than he was yesterday. But as far as Adam Atkinson is concerned, more under the radar, very good stuff. And the fact that he's going to Saturday night again tells you a bit of a story as to how patient, plucky and gritty he can be.
I just can't help but be impressed massively. I mean, this is TV debut territory for
First leg, it's Dylan to throw
Dylan
first.
Slevin.
Game on.
And it is just, it's just remarkable. I mean, think about the recent influx of young players
60.
that have just taken to TV darts like a duck to water. The one that really comes to mind, obviously, is Josh Rock, who's what on TV debut, is it 9-darter?
58.
Reached the last, what did he reach? The last 16 of the Grand Slam?
Last 8.
Won the
83.
World Youths under the lights in front of the cameras. Remarkable. Welcome
to the new era.
140.
Adam's a good age to kick on. He actually proves that you don't have to be a young whippersnapper with a reputation
100.
having to bulldoze your way through. You can be one of these people who gradually improves locally. And the ADC are trying to find more players like Adam. And I'm with you. I think Q School could possibly come too
68.
quickly for him. I think going to Q School and maybe having another year of what he's done this year to see if he can find that extra level.
I personally think the ideal route, and we've already
100.
gone over this week, is if they made it more in terms of Q School places relative to Challenge Tour. And I think if you finish in that top 8 in the year on the Challenge Tour, you get a card.
26.
Not
Dylan,
only
you
then
require
are you rewarded
158.
for that commitment and that consistency over a 12-month period. I think it would be a
84.
more reliable way to find the next gen.
And I think they would have a feed-on effect of people going to Q School as well.
Yeah.
More people in Q School because of that reason. More people playing on Challenge Tour days. Everyone wins. I don't see
98.
a
Dylan,
negative.
you require
No.
74.
I think it's a bit like the Grand Slam. I just think there's too many places to
shot on the
qualify.
first
I think there
leg.
should be
Dylan
another way of
Slevin.
getting your depth via qualification.
Second
Did
leg,
you
it's
like
Adam
Gary
to throw
Anderson's
first.
stance, by the
Game
way,
on.
about not going to the qualifiers and losing his ever-present status, saying that I didn't do enough to qualify for it. I don't want to go through the back door.
Yeah, I think someone of his standing of the sport,
140.
one of the game's very, very elite. He has taken that as, well, I've had a year, I've not done it, I don't deserve to be there. And
139.
I think some people read it the wrong way. Again, it'd be those that don't play in the sport and maybe just sort of sit back and observe. But his stance was one of, well, if I can't qualify by right, I'm
81.
not too good to go to the qualifiers, but I don't want to.
It's like people who get through the last chance qualifier for the PDPA qualifier at the end of November for the
100.
Worlds. It's a bonus. That's the way you should look at it. You should never have to rely on it. If you do, it's your fault.
Yeah.
I applaud the people who went through a couple of weeks ago, and they will be going to the Palace.
42.
But the people who didn't qualify through that, all they have to do is look at their ranking throughout the year.
Yep.
That's why they're not there.
Correct. You very much have the same kind of
134.
magnanimous attitude about not being in the Premier League, unless, of course, he goes on to make the final or maybe the semi-final of the Worlds. Not even sure that would be enough. But if Gary's not included in next year's Premier League, you won't hear him moan about it.
Well, let's face it. Luke Humphries is number 5 in the
100.
world right now.
Dylan, you require
If they didn't include him in the Premier League,
128.
you could actually say to him, he didn't get the top 4.
56.
Harsh.
Adam,
A
you
very harsh
require
example.
138.
Now, I believe that Luke will be in, but if you want to categorically be in the Premier League, just get in the top 4 then.
Yeah. Yes. Not exactly hard, is it?
I wouldn't know. I never got there.
126.
Try from Adam on the 138.
Dylan, you require
Dylan
72.
could double dip and improve his already impressive 93 average.
Of course, you were one of the
52.
very few players to
Adam,
win
you
a
require
major in a
12.
calendar season and not get in the Premier League because of the timing, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was
there's-
already picked.
There's 2 of us.
Yes.
Me and Mr. Cross.
Yeah, who won the Euros?
I've got a funny feeling that that might have another person in that list come
Game shot
January.
on the second leg. Adam Atkinson.
Having said that, if Ross Smith goes and gets to the semis of the Worlds, things might change.
Third leg, it's Dylan to
Just
throw
think
first.
I had this
Game on.
conversation with Barsley the other day. We did a quick reflect preview type interview. And he's of the same thinking. He doesn't think he is. He's in. I think the top 4 obviously pick themselves. I don't think that's going to change unless we have a real, well, it wouldn't even be a massive shock winner, but you know what I mean. Yeah, he doesn't. He's not
81.
convinced that either Danny or Ross Smith is in.
Ditto. I think
Wow.
Danny needs to do a little bit more. just a little bit more. And this is what's so intriguing about this year's Premier League selection, because
I don't envy those having to pick the 4.
oh, there are people who may think they're in right now, but they're not. The only people who I think are in, and I might be spoiling a bit of a surprise here when it comes to me tweeting about my selections going pre-Worlds. I think there are 5 people in, and they are the top 5 in the world.
58.
That's it. 3 spots up for grabs. And why do I think Luke Humphries is in? Because he's not defending anything at the World Championship. That's why. He's only going to go up.
Yeah. Yeah, and he won even 4 European
59.
tours.
4, and he's had deep runs to the semis of the Slam and the Players' Championship finals. And let's face it, his ranking
100.
and his standing in the game, how exciting he could
and a
be.
final in the UK Open last year.
Absolutely.
And he is Premier League material. Quick. It's lots of 180s. He's flamboyant.
I was going to say, speaking of 180s, you don't want to get one there.
Dylan, you require 148.
Double 14.
134. Adam, you require 36.
Yes, it's for a break a throw, despite that wonderful effort on 148. I'm just going to...
Oh, double 14 for Adam. He's got an extra dart, though, after the split.
22.
He can't get to
Dylan,
the
you
end.
require 14.
So it's Dylan who looks at double 7. No, he doesn't.
10.
That's an interesting play.
Adam,
You
you
don't see many
require
people split
14.
7s.
I'm not finished with this Premier League talk just
Oh,
yet.
okay. I've just been warned.
We're going to go deeper.
Game shot on the 3rd leg. Adam Atkinson.
Picks up a win. So obviously, Price, Wright, MVG, Smith, Humphries. Totally agree. That leaves
4th
3.
leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Now,
Game
from
on.
these names, these are my short lists. Now, I think Noppert should be in on winning the UK Open. I also think Ross Smith should be in. So that
80.
leaves 1 of Rob Cross, Johnny Clayton, James Wade, Nathan Aspinall.
140.
Joe Cullen missed the dart to win it last year, and there's a chance he's going to be left out. Dirk van Dijvenbode, who is just most definitely Premier League material. And we have to go down in terms of ranking. Ross
60.
Smith, currently 19.
Well, Gary Anderson was picked at 19 about 10 years ago.
Point well made.
Just before anybody goes down that route. I think he's the lowest ranked person to ever be picked.
Yes.
Apart from Barneveld.
Yeah.
He didn't even have a ranking, did he?
No. He was retiring, though.
36.
I mean, Johnny Clayton he's number 7 in the world. He's, in terms of his rankings, they've climbed, but he's not had a title this year, has he?
Based on the 2012 Worlds, where apparently, I say that with inverted commas, I was in the Premier League, but then my spot was taken by Kevin Painter. Mark Webster's spot was taken by Andy Hamilton because he made the final of the Worlds and lost to Adrian Lewis.
60. Dylan, you require
Let's face it,
121.
we're in the same boat now. 3 spots, multiple pools of players could get there. Someone could come from nowhere, make the world final and say, I'll have that spot, thank you very much.
I did have an idea,
49.
right? Make it 12. The top 4 are the 4 seeds. The next 8, so players 5 to 12, play each other. The winner plays a seed. And you do that for the first half of the campaign, and then you lose the bottom 4, and you go back to the original 8. You like it? Go on, you like it, don't you?
Yeah, I do, actually.
58. Dylan, you
Because
require
It
72.
just seems so unfair that it's going to be narrowed down to just the 8 when I think there's space
Game
for at
shot on
least
the
4.
4th leg. Dylan Slevin.
There you go, Dylan. That's a double.
It
And
just
it's a
goes to
break
show
of
that
throw.
the levels that he's trying to attain, he's
5th
not
leg, it's
happy
Dylan to throw
with
first.
a 91 average.
Game on.
Almost 30% on his doubles, and so far he's shrugging his shoulders.
11 scores of a ton or more as well in 4 legs.
140.
Not happy. I like it. And this is when he knows he's, you know, it's done and dusted. The job is done. This is his final game. It's a fairly irrelevant match.
100.
Both are giving it absolutely everything.
Well, don't forget that he's going for his 9th straight win. Now, let's face facts.
58.
He might not lose for the rest of the week. He could go on a run of 13 wins, and then we'd have to wait until Champions Week for him to try and keep that streak going,
99.
potentially to try and break Jim McEwen's record of 16 games.
Might get a card and not be back. And he lost his opening match, 4-3 with a 91-2-2, unbeaten
95.
since 10 o'clock yesterday morning.
Seems like a long time ago. Adam's going to go 18s, and he's going to stay there for a triple dip.
92.
Second trouble wasn't in. Myself and Nico giving that one a real stare down.
Now, do you notice what we did there? Because we have these large monitors in our commentary box.
140.
But I couldn't see whether that was in the 54, but we both tilted our head as if we could find out.
We were just looking for maybe a little shadow or a clue.
See, that would be an interesting
100. Dylan, you
development in
required
tech.
68.
If you change your head angle, the actual screen would change too.
It's coming.
Game shot on the fifth.
You mean the win for
leg.
Dylan Slevin?
Dylan Slevin.
Because he's closer than Adam is right now, and that's another 14 darter.
Well, we're both fans of the Gadget Show, aren't we? And I was
Sixth leg, it's
watching
Adam to
something
throw
similar
first.
to that, where
Game
they
on.
had this screen that was like a piece of paper in terms of thickness, and it's flexible, and you can actually bend it, and it was HD, 4K or whatever it's called.
92.
It was remarkable technology. Where is it going?
Well, we embrace technology here at the MODUS Super Series.
Oh, we've got lots of it here.
100.
Cameras, sound, statistical stuff. We use it all.
Well, the software written for the cameras is
96.
beyond innovative. It's mind-bending.
You know, one of the things that we use, the instantaneous
97.
tablet, which the spotter uses to tell you which double they're going for and to get the little zoom shots.
Well,
That is remarkable.
It's a shot within a shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a market-leading thing. It's
Yeah.
used by only the very elite people within the sport.
69.
It's the same stuff you use on the Euro Tour,
European
isn't
Tour.
it?
Same guy who invented that software has actually licensed it to us.
Yeah,
He's a
actually,
genius.
yeah, I
42.
met him when he was developing it and installing all the new equipment here.
Yeah, I like Robert. He likes a nice drop of red wine.
A fascinating guy.
Great to talk to.
So smart.
41.
Yeah, the gallery here or the production suite, whichever you prefer, is
Breathtaking the
It
first
is.
time you see it. It's a little bit different to
56.
an old laptop, an iPad, and a smartphone from
and a bit
the
of fibre.
spring of 2020, balancing a webcam on a tripod on two office boxes and making sure that you don't trip over your own
136.
webcam cable, which I did on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, I'll never forget the phone call. Hey, you know that studio we've got here? Can you change it around and do this? And I think
42.
so. Why?
Adam, you require 67.
Watch this. And I went, oh. Is that what we're doing? Yep.
Lovely dart from Adam.
Game
And a
shot
nice
on the
finish as
sixth
well.
leg.
It's going to be
Adam
undefeated
Atkinson.
players going head-to-head over one leg to see who's going to leave Friday with 8
Seventh
points
final
or
leg.
10.
It's Dylan to throw first.
Will Dylan Slevin's
Game on.
streak end here, or will it continue? ...
I remember having to put, disconnecting the doorbell and having put signs on my door, do not knock.
58.
And then, of course, cats being cats, well, curiosity, isn't it? You just sort of envision and Coco's head pops up and you, out the way, welcome back, everybody.
121.
I look back at it fondly now,
I
but it was
do.
a very, very difficult time, wasn't it?
Well, like I said, it was something that sort of, unfortunately,
100.
you know, we don't want to pat on the back, but you know, the country was in lockdown and there was no live sport. There was nothing going on, and like I've always said, it was a wonderful distraction for people, and the amount of people that got in touch that were not necessarily dart fans, but were saying, you know, it just gives us something to watch, to take our mind off things, and the fact that we did it with a lot of humour and
60.
you know, we tried to make people enjoy it. I like that from Dylan, just sort of reminding himself, calm down.
Old head on young shoulders.
Very.
97.
But it's Atkinson who has the lead of 100 points. And he could be the only person to beat Slevin in this group, and he could do it twice.
And
60.
And again, it's that reactive quality of Atkinson that we've been going on about the last couple of days. He is playing you. He's reactive to what you do.
133.
Atkinson can actually get to the same points tally as Slevin, but he can't get close to that leg difference.
140. Adam, you require 50.
Slevin is going to finish on plus 21 if Atkinson hits this. Double top.
30.
And now Slevin can finish
Dylan,
on
you
plus
require
23
83.
with 18 points. To keep his streak alive.
$75.
He thought he'd hit that.
Great effort.
Adam, you
Really
require
was.
20.
A great effort. Again, it just allowed his mind to maybe wander a touch. And when you're playing in this kind of match, he will be aware that, oh, I should be winning this. You know, if I'm punching in my
16.
regular numbers, I'm winning this 4-1, 4-0.
Dylan, you require 8.
Well, it's a funny sort of game sometimes. Dylan should have won, then he should have lost,
Game,
and then he's won.
And the match. Dylan
He has got a
Slevin.
1-1 record against Adam Atkinson, and they're both going to see each other on Saturday night, albeit in different groups. The Slevinator wins Group C with 18 points and a leg difference of plus 23. As far as debuts go, very, very good. That was a very tight game. And the next one, which will be the last game in Group C for this week, we'll see Wilkie against Teehan. That could be a tight one as well, with both out of this tournament this week.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. I'm delighted to be joined by Adam Atkinson, who has, of course, booked his place in tomorrow night's finals night. Adam, of course, losing that last game to Dylan, but 4 wins from 5 today. Just sum up how you feel you've performed over the course of this week.
Well, the first 3 days, I wasn't happy whatsoever. I could not find a double for the life of me. But the last game against Ben Robb, I felt like it clicked a little bit and I played better. And I feel like that's what I've took on for the next, the last 2 days.
And how hard is it to regroup mentally if you are struggling with certain aspects of your game from Group A to then put those together for Thursday and Friday?
I just, obviously, clean slate yesterday, goes back to 0 points, and I just thought, just go up, chuck your darts. If you turn up, you win. If you don't, you lose. It's simple as that, really.
And in the game against Carl Wilkinson, you needed 2 legs today in order to make it through to finals night. You were very much aware of that, weren't you?
Yeah.
But you didn't let it get to you at all because your finishing was really clinical in that one.
Yeah, like, I think the day before, I think he beat me 4-0. So I was happy to beat him, to be honest, because obviously he's up, like, he's one of the best Yorkshire players up my way and everything. I know how good he is. So just to get 1 win out of 2 is great for me.
And Paul Nicholson and I were talking a little earlier about how you've kind of gone under the radar. You did so in Group A. You pretty much have in this one as well. Does that suit you? You don't mind not being the player that everyone's talking about going under the radar?
To be honest, like when people talk about me and stuff like that, it doesn't really like get to me. I said to my fiance this morning, I said I'm going to go in, I'm going to play my darts. If they go, they go. If they don't, I'll see her on Saturday night.
And how are you feeling? Of course, 5 days of action, mentally, physically, it's quite draining, isn't it?
Yeah, the thing for me is normally when I stand with the side of my foot against the hockey, but I've realised over the last couple of days I'm not getting the follow through. So I've stood straight on, and the only problem with me, like, I ruptured my ACL when I was 19 and I've never had the surgery done. So when I lean on it straight on, over the course of the days, it does ache. But
doesn't seem to have impacted you today, though. It's not causing you too many problems.
No, not really, not at the minute. It's normally in competitions when you play more games over the day, it gets worse.
And just a word on that final game that you just played against Dylan Slevin. Of course, he topped Group C. Just a word on how impressive he's been, because I'm sure you've watched some of his performances in the back room. You got the only victory over him yesterday. You're the only player to get a victory over him. How impressed have you been with him and what he's produced?
Oh, definitely. I was saying in the the players' room earlier. Recently, I've only ever seen his name once. I think it was the Irish Open when he did really well. And I'm surprised that he's I've never heard of him before, because how good he's been is ridiculous. I think at one point, today, his running average was nearly 100. He's been class, especially for a 20-year-old.
Yeah, I think a lot more people will certainly be hearing that name over the next few months. This man, though, will also be at finals night tomorrow. Dylan Slevin, Raymond Smith, the other 2 names already at finals night. The field will be confirmed, of course, when Group B gets underway from 10 p.m. this evening. We do have one more match to bring you from this afternoon's session, though, and it is Carl Wilkinson up against Ciaran Teehan. So let's hand back to our commentary team to see how this one goes.
Thanks, Abby, and thanks, Adam, as well. Great interview and great to hear his thoughts ahead of another tussle on Saturday night, which is ahead of him. I'm sure his fiancée will gladly wait until Sunday to see him.
Nasty injury, that as well, the ACL, isn't it?
Yeah, anterior cruciate ligament, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. And especially when it's on your bearing leg. Not too bad when it's on the trailing leg.
Yeah, Robert Owen knows a little bit about that. He's got it on the trailing leg, but on the lead leg, you've got to make sure that the footwear is
First
good.
leg, it's
and
Carl to
he's
throw
very
first.
conscious of
Game
his
on.
lead leg stance as well, which I think is a very good thing.
Well, he has to try and compensate a little, and of course that then loads extra stress onto that lead leg, and that in itself then can lead to problems, because of course that bears all of his weight when he walks as well. Wears quite a hefty brace, doesn't he, to try and give himself some support, but
95.
it's not stopped him getting a talk hard.
Yeah, one of the things that people should know is that that lead leg, whether it's your left or right, should never be locked. So if that's something that you do, I don't usually say this actually when it comes to coaching, but stop it. Don't lock that front knee. It needs to be straight.
55.
But at the same time, you cannot hyperextend that leg, otherwise problems will occur.
Yeah, because you almost end up forcing it back the other way. It's
59.
quite hard to explain how you do it, isn't it? The leg is straight, but not locked straight.
Most-
It's a bit like weight training.
100.
You've got to keep the muscle under the load rather than the joint. So
Let-
never lock your arms out. Or,
Let the core keep you steady.
yeah.
100.
Already talking about core and darts in the same breath when we were talking about not the 9 o'clock news sketch just the other day.
180. Car you require 156.
First 180 of the game comes from the big man in the beautiful place called the Republic of Ireland.
36. Ciaran, you require
This will be
71.
some conversion of half the points of the leg in potentially 6 darts. Double top.
Game shot.
And
on the
that's what you
first
get.
leg. Ciaran Teehan.
Beautiful 15 darter there from that big man who has got himself 2 points today. That is what
Second
he
leg,
got
it's Ciaran to throw
yesterday.
first.
And a
Game
win
on.
here against Wilkie will give him a better Friday than Thursday. But he did get a good start against Wilkie yesterday. He just couldn't finish it off.
I don't think we've ever
118.
talked about injuries and fitness and what you do in your downtime more than ever than we do now because
96.
of the scheduling. It's something all the players, especially the young ones coming through, have got to be mindful of.
For me, I was always looking after my hips. I was doing these. Well, I've done
55.
yoga for 19 years now, and the one yoga pose that I've done more than any other in my darts career was called a pigeon, where you have
45.
your legs at a right angle on the floor, and then you almost fold your body over the thigh, and it stretches the interior part of the hip joint and the hip muscles.
96.
It's that gives me the freedom to move around and walk, and even at the age of 43, I don't get any pain in my hips because I constantly do it.
That was something that I
84.
got a lot of pain in when I played is my hips, but yeah, I looked slightly different then. So a little extra weight on those hips back then as well.
100.
Yeah, it's something that I always say with my clients. As much as the workout is important, so is the
57.
warm up.
Ciaran, you
and the warm down.
require 132.
I'm a big believer in the warm down because by the time my workout is finished, I can barely breathe. But by the time the warm down is done, I feel like I can conquer the world.
88.
Well, not does it just aid recovery. Also prevents injury.
59. Ciaran, you require 44.
Motown. Done a different way.
Game
It's like a
shot on the
smashed
second
piece of
leg.
vinyl, isn't it? When
Ciaran
you go
Teehan.
4 tops, and you think, oh, well, just 44 taken out in 2, and a
Third
94
leg, it's Carl
average.
to throw first.
That'll do it.
Game on.
And this is going to be a parting shot for whoever wins this one.
Yeah, 15 and 17 darts, the opening 2 legs. Well, like
100.
Fallon signed off with a win. One of these two will want to do the same.
Fallon's actually in 3rd position in the table right now.
83.
She started the day in 5th. But because of what's happened, she's guaranteed to be above Danny Van Trijp.
140.
And the only way that Wilkie can get 3rd spot for himself, to make him feel a little bit better, is to win the game. If he was to lose this game, he will
58.
plummet down to 4th. As for Teehan, his leg difference is minus 16.
100.
And he's going to be in the 6th position no matter what happens.
80. Carl, you require 161.
Little update from the World Masters for those that are interested. Nick Kenny's through to the quarters, along with Danny Lauby,
93.
Davy Prouston, Wesley Plaisier, Kai Van Lung, Owen Roloffs,
60.
Barry
Carl, you require
Copeland. Fair
68.
few of them have been live leaguers, including those who were defeated in Yellow Klassen. Alexander Merckx, of course,
Game
he's
shot
through
on the
to
third leg.
Champions
Carl
Week.
Wilkinson.
He was defeated by Owen Roloffs.
Who are you going to go for then?
Fourth leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Wesley Plaisier. I like it. I think he's really good.
I think he's a nice kid.
134.
I think he's a fine player.
He's got a great
he made a real impact in the Euro Tour.
Yeah, he really did. He had a great season.
140.
Tell you what would be a story, though. Danny Lobie. That would be a story and a half.
Yeah, sure would.
96.
Next year, of course, on Premier Sports. On your smart
55.
TV or whatever it is nowadays. You can watch all the action from the Euro Tour on your telly.
89.
Euro Tour is just fabulous. I love it. I do not miss a minute of it.
57.
I'm going to get yourself a long mace. Come to somewhere like Leverkusen. Or you'd love Graz because it's right next to a lake.
Bring the rods.
100.
We all seem to go to Graz in late April. I don't know where it is next year, but the weather's always perfect.
45.
Next to one of the most beautiful
Kieran
things I've ever
Require,
seen.
82.
The Semmeling Pass. Heritage site. Absolutely unbelievable views.
Game
And an
shot
unbelievable
the fourth
performance
leg.
so far from
Teehan.
Ciaran. Oh, so, I'm going to get it right. Ciaran. Because that's how
Fifth
Dylan
leg, it's Carl
Slevin
to throw
says it.
first. Game
I'm
on.
all right with that.
The women's are also down to the quarterfinals. You'll have to help me with some of these names.
I've got your back, Jack.
I've got the first couple. Bo Greaves,
55.
she's through without dropping a leg so far. Ragnar David, she's through.
Oh, Mayumi Uchi has taken out Kirsty Hutchinson.
I've got the next two.
60.
Wendy Harper and Natalie Gilbert.
Stephanie Rennick, she played really well in the ladies series this year. She had some good stuff. She's a dark horse.
Almendina
134.
Fajardo, Spanish representative,
Almedina Fajardo, yeah.
defeated Mikuru Suzuki 5-4, and Scotland's Lorraine Hyde.
Oh, Lorraine Hyde, look at her do what
96.
Anne Kirk did.
Great shout.
He was a good player, wasn't he, Anne Kirk?
170.
Oh, we get a big fish set up from Carl, flexing his muscle now.
Yeah, could get a 312 in 6.
60. Carl, you require
Go on,
142.
Carl, you know you wanna. You know you wanna. Oh, he went the Hollywood route.
102. 28.
I do believe
Carl, you require 40.
over in the Netherlands, where the World Masters is being played tomorrow, it's the
Game shot on the fifth
World
leg.
Open
Carl
for the day.
Wilkinson.
Just a ranking event, and then it's completed on Sunday.
Sixth leg, it's Ciaran to
Darts
throw
wherever you look.
first. Game on.
And the Super Series never lets you down. We will be here again next week, and it will be our last week of 2022.
96.
And tomorrow is actually going to be our last day here at the MODUS Super Series for 2022. And
the last time we'll see each other before Christmas.
well, exactly.
93.
You
Haven't got rid of me yet.
We're down at Ali Pali with the Dream Team for all the coverage on Talk Sport 2 from the 19th.
134.
But don't forget, you've got a week full of darts action here.
Yeah, and Glenn Durrant and Matt Edgar
60.
taking you through all the action next week.
And that will be the last week of qualifying before we return on January
95.
2nd, where we will start week 9. And it's 12 weeks of qualifying, of course, through to week 13, which will be the Super Series 2 Champions Week.
180.
People looking to do what has been done by Conan Whitehead. He did fabulously well.
136.
Just like Teehan there to set up a match-winning opportunity.
Both players averaging 89, and that was Carl Wilkinson, second
65.
180 of the campaign.
Kieran,
but
you
it
require
is
40.
Ciaran Teehan, who, like Fallon, wants to sign off with a win.
Game,
And
shots,
he does
and the match.
Sign off
Ciaran
with
Teehan.
a win. And a very tidy performance in the end. Great finishing from him, which has been his Achilles heel pretty much this week, but not there at 4 from 6, 66.67%. Carl Wilkinson, immaculate when he was given an opportunity. He was only given 2, and he hit them both. Well, let's have a quick word with Abby and Paul, who are up on the balcony.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mace. Ciaran Teehan will certainly be wondering where that form has been for the best part of this week. But good to see him signing off with a victory in that match. But one place to start, Dylan Slevin tops the group. A perfect day here at the Super Series. Not a bad debut campaign from him, was it?
Yeah, not bad at all. Excellent leg difference at plus 23, but he's only 10 behind Raymond Smith for the week, albeit he played one less day, but that has been the story of the week for me. The people at the top of the tables having this remarkable amount of leg difference, and it's going to be fascinating to have Adam, Dylan and Raymond in the finals.
Yeah, and there's an element of fearlessness to Dylan's approach as well. I guess that's what comes with being just 20 years of age. Not too many scars in there for him at the moment. Adam Atkinson, though, interestingly spoke about an ACL injury and how he's had to change his stance. How much do you think that could impact him tomorrow?
I don't think it will. If he's okay with it when playing 5 games a day, 3 days in a row, and then another 2 days in a row with that. So he's already played 25 games, and it's okay. I think he can play 4 games on a Saturday night after a lie-in, because tomorrow's the lie-in day for him, isn't it? He's there, he's going to be fresh. So will everybody else be, but I don't think it's going to impact him. At least I hope it doesn't.
And a word then on Fallon Sherrock, who finishes, as we just saw on the table, in 3rd place. Coming into this week, I'll openly admit that I hadn't seen enough from her over recent months to suggest she could have been a threat at the World Championships. This week, though, I think she's certainly proven that she can be.
Yeah, and the preparations aren't finished yet. So when you think about where she stands right now, there were some excellent performances in those 10 games. If she can sharpen up just maybe 1 or 2% more, Ricky Evans has got a game on his hands.
He certainly does, and after what he endured with Gedwin Price yesterday, I'm sure he's looking forward to that one that little bit more if he's seen any of Fallon Sherrock's performances here at the Super Series. Let's look ahead then, because there are 3 more spaces still available for finals night. They will be filled this evening when Group B reaches its conclusion. It is, of course, Chaz Barstow who's top of the table, level on points with Peter Jakes at the moment, but it's very much all still to play for in that one, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I think Barstow will be very, very happy with 6 points, considering how his last game went last night. But they'll all be setting themselves targets. I know that nobody wants to lose any matches at all, but Barstow's thinking, get 4 points in my first 2 games, and then I can maybe coast into a group winning position. But the likes of Ben Robb, Miak and Gio have got more to do. I think the most fortunate person, like I said to you earlier, is Ben Robb having the 4 points as opposed to the 2 at the bottom. They will feel a little bit hard done by.
And would you say it's fair to say we didn't expect Ben Robb to perform the way he did last night, but we certainly don't expect him to perform at that level. We expect him to up it. His finishing in particular last night, it left a lot to be decided. You could see him starting to get frustrated. We don't expect to see that from him again.
I don't expect it, but if we see it again, it's going to have to be rectified a lot quicker than last night. I will say one thing, though. I do believe that 8 points will qualify tonight, and if he does what he did in the early hours of Friday and late on Thursday, I think 8 points will just about get 3rd position.
Very interesting indeed. We will be back from 10 p.m. this evening for the conclusion of Group B to fill the 3 remaining spots for tomorrow evening's finals night. Make sure you come and join us then. It's set to be a cracker.